early for many of you out there. It's quite early for me as well. I'm feeling okay. Obviously, this is going to be a bit of a marathon rather than a sprint. The show starts in a couple of hours' time, but we always start a few hours before. But obviously, not only are we doing this stream, but we're going to be doing the breakdown after. And then, of course, we're going to be doing the show later as well when it airs in America. So it's a long day. It's a big day. There's lots of streaming to be done. Obviously, we're back tomorrow with AAA. Really looking forward to that show. I didn't realize as well that they're actually spreading that across a couple of weeks. So not only have we got AAA this weekend, I believe they're doing it next weekend as well. The big mask versus mask match is going down tomorrow. So we're doing that. And then, of course, it's all leading to Sunday with Clash in Italy early because we're in Barcelona today. So WWE have been doing live events. They were in Liverpool last night. They're in Barcelona today. Obviously, they'll be in Italy, Turin on Sunday. I believe that we're going to be in Italy for Raw as well. So that's also going to be early on Monday. So don't get caught out. I'm sure a lot of people are going to get caught out today because this one really kind of snuck up on us. So yeah, lots to talk about. We've got a preview in front of us as well. So let's get to that and then let's get to whatever it is you want to be talking about. So if we jump over here, go to capture, bring up the SmackDown preview. So Cody Rhodes is going to address Gunther's attack en route to Clash in Italy. I believe, wasn't it Cody that attacked Gunther last week? Gunther was fighting against Royce Keys, and I think Cody ended up attacking Gunther, if I've got my weeks correct. Anyway, you know, the build has been pretty straightforward for this. It's just been a lot of attacking each other. Then we got Jade Cargill. She's got a message for Rhea Ripley before Clash in Italy. And then we got Axiom taking on The Miz. So Axiom takes on The Miz. So not much, actually, in the way of a preview for a 3-hour show. It's not like we've got absolutely tons to get our teeth into here. But, yeah, the thing with these shows, there's a couple of things that I'm worried about. First of all, it's SmackDown, and we know how much SmackDown has been suffering in 2026. So it's hard to go into a SmackDown really excited. The other thing as well is it is Barcelona. It is going to be a different flavor, but I am also worried it's a go-home show, and I am also worried that it's just going to be a few promos and some matches that we're not really into or don't massively care about. And then that'll be SmackDown, and then, you know, on we go to the weekend. So I always like to be honest, because I think if ever I am excited for a show and I start the stream by saying I'm excited for a show, I think it's really important that you know that I'm telling the truth. And if I'm going into a show a bit like, not sure what to expect from this, I don't have high expectations. I like to say that as well so that you know I'm being truthful. And honestly, going into this show, I don't really have high expectations. This is a go-home SmackDown, and SmackDown, as we said, has been struggling. So, yeah, it'll be what it'll be. I mean, God, I hope it's good because I've got to watch it twice. I'm doing the live version, and then obviously I'm back later for our American friends. So I really hope this is good. But we'll see. We'll see what they can cook up. I think the crowd are going to be great. You know what European crowds are like. They're really, really cool, really vocal. Spain is kind of neglected, actually. We don't really go to Spain all that much. We've done France, we've done Germany, we've been to Belgium, obviously we've done the UK, and we don't really do Spain much, so this is definitely Spain's opportunity to make some noise. So, yeah, crowd should be good. I think it'll be a good vibe. Okay, let's jump over back to the chat, see where the conversation is. We can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. Let me just bring up the live feeds. Nice. Carlin Gareth, shout out to you, buds. Said, Daze, have a great stream tonight. Thank you, my friends. Yes, I really appreciate everyone joining us. I know in America, a lot of people are going to be at work. They're going to be at school. Obviously, when we have to sort of split these streams, there's not as many people around, and that's fine. That's understandable. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, this, but I suppose in a way it's quite nice because hopefully it's going to give some people that maybe don't get their thoughts discussed or theories or just comments that they want to make kind of highlighted. Perhaps there's a better opportunity to get to some of those people. So, you know, every cloud, pros and cons. It's going to be a bit of a strange one, this one. You know, we're doing a 5-hour stream here, 2 hours before, 3 hours for SmackDown, and then we're back later doing a 5-hour stream again. So it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint, this one. Tyler said, what match are we most looking forward to on Sunday? Yeah, good question. Honestly, I think Tribal Combat. Because I think that there is a chance for Jacob to get the win, and I don't think he does. I think they're going to keep going with Roman. I think there could be some outside interference. And it could be a case that, like, Roman retains, Jacob then goes off into a different feud, into a different direction. It could be that Drew comes back. It could be that Randy gets involved. Or, you know, Drew could get involved with Jacob. Randy could get involved with Cody. I mean, we could have loads of outside interference. So, I don't know. I think there is a chance for Jacob. I think it'll be Roman. I think the least exciting way forward for me would be Roman winning thanks to someone like interfering, and then Jacob against Randy or Jacob against Drew is kind of where we go. That to me is the least exciting option, because if Roman wins clean and Jacob then has to fall in line, that to me is very interesting, because I want to see how Jacob deals with that, and I want to see how Roman deals with that, and I want to see if Roman's going to be hard on Jacob because he feels like he has to. How did the Usos deal with that? I feel like WWE is at a risk of taking just a cheap, easy way out so that we can just move on to the next feuds, when actually the more interesting thing to do is to give Jacob a clean win or give Roman a clean win and then deal with the aftermath. There always seems to be a reluctance to sort of deal with what I think is some of the most interesting aspects of pro wrestling, which is the pain of losing, of falling short. I mean, some of the best Olympic stories and stories from sport have been when teams have tried and just fallen short. I'm sure some of your favourite teams have been knocked out of competitions and lost finals, and, you know, favourites that were expected to win gold at the Olympics kind of fall at the last hurdle or whatever, and they fall short. Like, I sort of feel like WWE always wants to avoid that pain by kind of protecting people and having outside interference. You know, if Jacob loses to Roman because of outside interference, he's going to be more angry than anything. And he's going to be angry at the person that cost him. He won't be soul searching. He won't be necessarily asking himself big questions. He'll instead be angry at the person that's cost him the match, which then takes us to that next feud. I understand that it's simple and easy, and I get why it's an attractive option. But when I think back to the success of the Bloodline, I think back to the investment that we made in the characters and the fact that we really did dig into some interesting stories and dynamics. And I just sort of feel like if Jacob loses clean to Roman, then Jacob's got to deal with that. And I'd like to see that, because I think it would make really good TV. You know, how's Jacob going to work in a bloodline that he doesn't want to be in? How are the Usos going to deal with having to work with Jacob after everything he's done with them? Yes, his family, but clearly they're not all kind of, you know, in a good boat together, are they, at the moment? It's not like, you know, thick as thieves like a brotherhood. Now, I think, like, seeing those sections and those segments and watching this unfold, I think there's really great content there. Equally, if Jacob wins clean, then I think you've got the whole fallout of how does Roman deal with that? What did the Usos do? the whole landscape of WWE changes. So I do think Tribal Combat is the one that's got the biggest repercussions. And I suppose in a way, what I'm expecting is probably the least exciting option, which is outside interference. But I'm still can't wait for it to see what they actually do. In regards to Cody Gunther, I think the fact that's kind of opening up the show or is in that first hour just makes it seem a little less likely now that Gunther's going to win, because are we really going to crown a new WWE champion at the very beginning of the show and then just move on after? I mean, it's kind of, this is Cody. This is like what their biggest star along with Roman. Is he really about to lose the WWE Championship right at the beginning of the night? Like, this is the kind of thing that happens in the main event of WrestleMania. So, I don't know. The fact that that's the opening match seems a little less likely now that Gunther's going to be victorious. But I'm still interested to see the match. Ober Brock doesn't interest me anywhere near as much as their first one. I feel like they gave us absolutely everything they could out of this feud at WrestleMania. What else is there to give us now? What else can they do that's going to be worth watching? You're just going to see the same match again. I don't know. They haven't done a good job of convincing me that Brock is coming into this with a different mindset, or that he underestimated Ober. I don't think he did. I don't even think he said he has. So what's changed? The only thing that seems to have happened is he seems to have decided that he doesn't want to end his career that way, so he came back. I don't think they've done a good job with building up this story. He came back. That was a shock moment. And, his little vignette thing where he said he wasn't going to leave it that way. I like that. There's just not been much time, has there? I mean, right now, as I'm sat here, right now, they have done nothing that I can think of to tell me or convince me that this match is going to go any different than the first one. I can't think of anything they've done. There's no stipulation on this match. It's exactly the same as WrestleMania. So surely we get the exact same result. Granted, Heyman could get involved this time. There could be some cheating this time. I'm sure Lesnar can find a way of getting a count-out win or whatever. Maybe a no contest this time, which takes it to a third match. That would be the kind of thing I'd be expecting. But, I'm nowhere near as excited for this match as I was the first one. So, yeah, for me, it's Tribal Combat. That's way more interesting than I don't think Becky Soul or Rhea Jade is even in the conversation. Both of those matches feel quite comfortably below the big three. So for me, Tribal Combat would be the one. Good question, that, Tyler. Hope you're doing well. Jono said, let's get this SmackDown out the way, and then we can look forward to one of the best PLEs of the year. I'm looking forward to it, said Jono. Yeah, good. I'm looking forward to it as well. As we said, 5 matches, 3 big matches. And yes, there are ways that you can see those matches underwhelming. Like we just said, there are Cody retains, Jacob loses thanks to outside interference, and Ober Brock is just pretty much the same match as what we had before. Then, maybe Rhea Jade underwhelms, and, perhaps Becky Soul has got botches in it, right? I mean, that's the worst case scenario for Sunday. What I'm hoping for is that obviously it doesn't go that way, and I'm hoping that this is going to be a PLE that we talk about for a very long time. It's frustrating that WWE have set the table so well, and they've got the opportunity to deliver something really special, and it's frustrating to sit here and say chances are it's probably going to be okay, goods. Could be a 7 out of 10. I think they've set the table for something much better than that, though. But it's just so hard to have confidence in this creative team. It's so hard to be confident in Triple H and this creative team, given, what we saw in 2025, 2026. So I'm not down on it. I'm excited for it. Completely agree with Jono. I think he makes a great point. Everyone's saying this card looks really good. I suppose what I'm saying is just don't get too carried away, because we know what WWE can do. We know that there is a way that this thing can deliver, but maybe not blow our minds. I hope, though, that there is something in there. I'd love for Gunther to win, or for Jacob to win, or even for Roman to win clean. And actually then we have to deal with that fallout. I'd love for any of those things. I don't know what I would love in Ober Brock, to be honest. I'm not sure what we could get out of that would be amazing. Ober wins again? I don't know. That's a tricky one, that. Feel free to let me know, what do you think would make Ober Brock amazing? Ring collapse? Perhaps we'd do one of them. We've seen it a few times before, of course, but it's always fun when they do it. And then maybe that leads to a bit of a no contest or something. I don't know. It's a tricky one, that. Aaron said, I've not watched Raw or SmackDown in a few weeks, but I have been catching up with the breakdowns, which are great. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy them, buds. Yeah, I mean, I try to include, obviously, the in-ring and then what goes on behind the scenes, but I'm also quite aware that, you know, ideally it shouldn't be going longer than half an hour. Although I think the one the other day hit 40 minutes, which I was a bit like, oh, you know what I'm like with waffling. So, yeah, it is something I need to try and keep nice and slick. But, yeah, I'm glad you enjoy them, but I think they're good for the channel. I think they're good. I always think, like, imagine if there was a YouTube channel around during the Attitude Era and you could see someone just sort of breaking down all of the Attitude Era PLEs, but not in a retrospective way, but more they were there at the time. Because I do think being there at the time is very different than actually retrospectively going back. Because, of course, we can talk about Clash in Italy right now, and we can talk about our concerns because of the booking at the moment, and we can talk about, you know, the people that are out injured and who might be returning. Whereas when you do a retrospective, some of that context could be missing because you are watching the event. You're not necessarily seeing all the noise that surrounded it at the time. So I do like the breakdowns. I think, like, for PLEs in particular, hopefully it can give like a good full picture of what's been happening. But I know there's lots of channels that do that. We're certainly not alone in doing that, but I'm glad they're useful. But I'm going to watch today and I'm going to watch on Sunday, said Aaron. Yeah, well, hopefully it's going to be fun. I mean, again, I'm going into certainly today with low expectations. I'm going into Sunday with expectations. I mean, I'd be lying if I was to say I didn't have any. I do, because it is such a good card. But I just don't want to get disappointed. I don't want to be finishing up on Sunday going, oh, is that it? You know? So I suppose in a way I'm trying to tell myself right now, like, don't get carried away. You know what WWE are like. You know what they're capable of doing. Like, you know, cheap way out, lowest common denominator type stuff. The least exciting option available. So, but I'd love for it to be a barnstormer. I really would. I'd love for, like, new champ and Jacob wins and all this stuff, and just, you know what I mean, like, really shaking the core of WWE. I said before, like, in the UK at the moment, and don't worry, we're not getting political, but in the UK at the moment, there does feel like there's just this sense of everyone's fed up, because we've had government after government and the same issues are still there. And there's just like, this is why in the UK people are now kind of turning away from the traditional parties, and now you're starting to see, like, the Greens doing well, you're seeing Reform doing well, you're seeing, like, Liberal Democrats doing better, you're starting to see all these different parties doing well, because people are just fed up. They want change. They want something really, you know, that's going to really shake things up, you know, that's going to be exciting and vibrant. And I feel that that is exactly where WWE are as well. People want something exciting and vibrant. They want change. They really want this to be shook to its core. Do you know what I mean? Like, changing the belt to a different person ain't fixing, like, some of the deep problems that WWE have got in 2026. People want something more seismic than that. They want something bigger than that. They want something more vibrant than that. And, you know, it does feel very safe, very comfortable. So knowing that, like, I am going into this weekend with my expectations in check, but there is chance for it to be really good. There is chance for it to be really good. Miss Dell Jr. said, do we miss wrestling intros where it hyped you up before the show? Now it's just people walking in. No, I don't really miss wrestling intros, to be honest, because they didn't really hype me. They did when I was young, and you'd be singing along, whatever, but I can't really say they massively hype me now. I mean, there is one on Evolve, which I like the theme song, but, like, I can't say that it's essential that it's there. If we took it out and did something else instead, you know? I'm not a big fan of people walking into the arena backstage. I think that's like an American sports thing, maybe watching people arrive in basketball or something, I'm not sure. But to me, like, it's not interesting. It's just a way, I suppose, of previewing some of the matches that we've got coming up. But I feel like there's, like, other ways. I mean, before we used to show just the graphic and do the previews that way. We didn't need to see people with a coffee in their hand sort of walking in. Just sort of like, how you doing, you know? I don't really understand. I don't really get it. I would hate to have seen the Ultimate Warrior doing that or the Undertaker doing that. I know we're in a very different time, but could you imagine Andre the Giant walking in backstage with a coffee in his hand? Like, it kind of humanizes everyone. And in wrestling, I don't know why you really want to do that. We're trying to build up aura and make them larger than life, whatever, you know? Yeah, I don't miss the intros. It's not like I need some badass intro. Because, yeah, I mean, that would hype me up when I first saw it and, you know, it'd be fine. But I think there's probably better ways of starting the show than the walking in. I'm, not a fan of that. Connor said, are we expecting that we might get the return of Santino? Well, I'm not expecting it. I mean, I think there's a chance of it. We said in our prediction video that I would do it, and there was a rumour doing the rounds the other day that it's been discussed. So that's everything we know. So I can't say that, yes, 100% I'm expecting it, because, I mean, what can you base that on? You can only base it on the fact it's been internally discussed. But it might have been discussed and they might have said, nah, we haven't really got the time for it, or we don't really think it's needed in 2026. It could have been shot down. So, no, I mean, I'm certainly not going in with it as an expectation, but it'd be great. I mean, I like Santino, got a lot of time for him. Triple A said, I heard that Roman isn't scheduled for any recent Raws after Clash in Italy. Do we think that's because Roman loses? If he still wins, would it be weird, the champ not being on some Raws? Well, the last I heard was that he's going to be at 3 of the... Because I think there might be 5 weeks in June. Because I think June... Let me have a look. See how many Mondays there are in June. Yeah. There's 5. So you've got the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th. You've got 5 Raws in June. Last I heard, he's going to be at on the 1st. He won't be there on the 8th. He will be there on the 15th. He won't be there on the 22nd. And he will be there on the 29th. So there was word ages ago that Roman was not going to be around in June. And then word came out that actually he was just going to be missing a couple of weeks. And so, to me, I mean, I think if he was missing June, then there's a conversation about will he lose. But even if he was to miss June, it's still not a given that he's going to lose, because he could be pretty banged up after that match. And he could just say to the Usos, I need to go away and heal up. That took everything out of me. You know, hold the fort down whilst I'm away. And so we know that he's going off to recover after a brutal tribal combat, which I think we would all understand. And he said to the Usos, hold the fort down. So even if he misses June, I can still sort of accept that he could be leaving as champion. So, yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he's there 3 of the 5 weeks. So I don't think it's much of a conversation, honestly. I think it was a talking point, but then we got a bit more clarity that he was going to be there. Unless it's been updated again. And I've not seen, but the last I saw, he's going to be there 3 of the 5 weeks. Connor said Jacob was reportedly seen limping last night after his bout with Solo in Liverpool. We've not yet heard whether he was just selling or not. Pete Ivy said, we never got a London Mania. I could see us getting another SummerSlam, but I think WrestleMania is unlikely. Well, London could get Mania, but they're going to have to put in a big bid for it. So Vegas, to me, it doesn't strike me as much money. You know, I mean, if you think about how much money London generates, it's one of the world's great mega cities, right? I mean, obviously you've got loads of mega cities all around the world, but London is very much one of them. So if you think of the money that London generates, Vegas just paid 10 million, 6 million in like money, cash, 4 million in tax breaks. So 10 million to get WrestleMania. So, I mean, are we honestly going to sit here and say London can't find 10 million? I mean, I get that London can't compete with Saudi, right? I mean, London has probably got the money to compete with Saudi, but it's not going to. You know, it's not going to spend 100 million trying to get WrestleMania. That's ridiculous, right? So London has obviously got priorities. It's got community centres, libraries, healthcare, you know, blah, 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 blah. All these things that it has to pay for. I would imagine there's probably not much spare cash. Certainly not 100 million swimming around for us to get Mania. But if that number is closer to 10 million, I get that there's a decision that has to be made. But to me, if you're serious and you're a mega city, and a mega city that is talking of hosting the Olympics again, by the way, apparently going in for like thinking of going in for the 2040 Olympics again. I don't know why. We had the Olympics in 2012. It was a great success. I don't know that we need them again so soon. But yeah, there's been chatter about that. If you're serious about wanting WrestleMania, put the bid in. Simple as that. So I think like when it comes to these things, a lot of people look at WWE and think WWE are the problem. To me, it's London. London's the problem. London is trying to figure out its priorities. And at the moment, it doesn't appear that WrestleMania is one of those. So they had chats, they had a conversation, but apparently nothing seemingly is coming out of it. Don't know why. Really don't know why. I mean, unless they've told them it's 20, 30 million or something, you know. But we know that we know what Vegas paid. We've seen the finances. So, yeah. I think London could get one eventually. No idea when, though. Right, let's go down. Daze, what do we think about Sammy maybe interfering in the Cody Gunther match in Italy? Sammy costs his best friend Cody and then makes Gunther win. A possibility. I don't know quite why Sammy would do it. I can sort of understand why Sammy backed away from Cody whilst Cody was being choked out. Obviously, we're going to get the fallout of that tonight. Mentally, I am expecting Sammy to come out and act like everything's fine. I am expecting him to come out and not be a heel. I'm expecting him to be still talking about his ride and die fans. I'm expecting it to be a case that, because you sort of, and this could be egg on the face, honestly, because I don't know how it's going to go, but I know kind of the way WWE book and operate, and they love to like tease things and just not pull that trigger, right? And you know, we saw it with the Judgment Day, we saw it with Zarya and Sol Ruka feud. We see it quite a bit, like, you know, Tama Tonga is going to leave the MFTs. You know, we kind of string these things along, and I could see that being the case with this as well, where Sammy comes out, talks about his ride and die fans, and actually tries to make a bit of an excuse as to why he didn't help Cody. Not sure what the reason will be. It could be that he was trying to haluva kick Gunther, not Cody, and Cody used that moment to roll up Sammy and get the victory. So, to me, like, there is a story potentially there where Sammy still believes he's the good guy. So this Sunday, why would he cost Cody? Unless that is just the heel turn. Unless that is the moment that he just completely turns heel. So again, it's possible, but I can't say that's one that I'm expecting. I can't say that's one that I've got on my bingo card. It could happen. I mean, we know that Sammy and Cody are sort of circling around each other, so it's not hard to see storyline that could be a feud. But I don't know. I don't know if it's not a bit too soon, because I'm not expecting it to be a case that Sammy comes out tonight. Maybe I'll change my mind if Sammy comes out and starts acting like, yeah, I've turned. I'm a heel now. I hate Cody. You know, maybe then it becomes a bit more likely. I would love to see some of the women being used on the roster because it's a waste of talent. Some of the ever women. I don't know what you mean by that, Dean. Some of the what women? Some of the what women? Miss Dal Jr., hello, said, why is SmackDown so bad? Is it because matches, storylines, promos? What would we change? Well, the first thing I would change is I would look at the creative team. That's the very first thing I would do. If I went into WWE, I'm spending all my time with the creative teams. You wouldn't see me on screen. I would be in those creative rooms, and I wouldn't just be in the meetings that Triple H is in where they bring the ideas to him. I'd want to go and be a fly on the wall in the creative rooms the rest of the time. So you got your SmackDown team, you got your Raw team. I believe the heads of those departments then bring the scripts and the ideas to the main meeting with Triple H and Bruce Pritchard. But I mean, I'd want to know what's happening in those rooms with the SmackDown team and the Raw team. I mean, I'd want to really understand, and it would take a while to do it. It's not a quick fix. It's not like you go in, snap your fingers, and everything improves. I mean, there are real problems there that need real solutions, and it would take a good few weeks at least to just understand where's the issue, like where's the hold up. Is there a bad apple in the creative department? Is it the head? I'm not sure who the head is of SmackDown. I know there's a woman that's the head of Raw, but I don't know who the head is for SmackDown. So, I'm looking at them. Obviously, that's kind of, public enemy number one, really. The head writer of SmackDown is definitely in my crosshairs. But it wouldn't necessarily be fair to blame them if, they're really good, but what their team is giving them is just absolute rubbish. The other thing as well is, what's Triple H doing? I mean, I do worry about underperformance. I really do. I think with WWE in the past and Vince, you had to deliver a certain standard. Otherwise, Vince was going to freak out at you. Vince was probably too far towards the stick. Do you know what I mean? Vince would freak out all the time. So it was probably too much. But I worry we've gone completely the other way now. And I think Triple H is probably too much carrot. I don't know. I don't know that, if you put in a bad match, who's pulling you up on it? Who's having a go at you about it? Who's telling you that's not good enough? Where's that communication coming from? And if you do a bad promo, are you having an arm around your shoulder going, don't worry about it, you'll get it next time? I mean, that's great. That's lovely. But what about if it happens again and again? Do you know what I mean? And what if it's not just one bad promo, but you've got a show of bad promos or a show of bad matches? Wouldn't that say that you've got a bigger problem than just one person underperforming? And I think what we're seeing just, I don't know, a standard that's being allowed. I suppose it's a bit like having a bad football manager. If you've got, you could have a team of good players, but you look at Liverpool. Liverpool under Klopp, Jurgen Klopp, he was really amazing manager, and they were always up there competing for the title. And they won the Champions League, I believe, under him. They won the league under him, and really successful. They've got a new manager called Slot. Same players, haven't really changed much in the way of players. You might have had the odd person change here or there, but not much. I think they finished, I don't even know where they finished, 5th, something like this. And they were lucky to finish there. I mean, if you change a manager, let's see how Man City get on now that Pep Guardiola's going. same players, different manager. And, it's all about just because you was a good wrestler like Triple H, and he was a good wrestler, doesn't mean that you're going to be a good booker. And it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to bring out great performances in people as well. Like, you've got to have, like, social skills, like really good man management skills. To, like, really just putting your arm around everyone ain't going to do it. So part of me wonders who's driving these people, who's, do you know what I mean, putting the rocket up them. There's a lot of times in life where you do need someone to kind of make it clear that underperformance is not acceptable. Otherwise, you will get people that will just get a bit loose. It might only be 5%, but that 5% might be the difference between putting in a great performance and an okay performance. And you do need someone to just keep, the feet to the fire. I mean, if I ever managed a group of people, I never was like a taskmaster. I was never like this awful person. But yeah, there's standards, and, there's like jobs that need to be done, and there's a time frame it needs to be done in. And, you focus on the task. I sort of feel like if you've got a promo, I expect you to go out and deliver a promo that's good. If you don't, we're going to have a conversation about it, because I've just given you an opportunity and I've given you TV time, and you've not repaid me with the opportunity I've given you. So why should I give you more opportunities? I'm not going to keep going on about it. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it once. But if I give you like a match and you underwhelm, and a promo and you underwhelm, and some backstage stuff and it's underwhelming, I mean, it's only human nature, isn't it, that I'm either going to stop using you, which I think is obviously a bad thing. The better thing to do is to grab them, have a meeting, and go, listen, this is where we are. This is where we are. I've given you a match, I've given you a promo, I've given you a backstage segment, and all of them have been underwhelming. There's, and we can go into detail. I mean, tell me how you think they went. Do you think they were good? And let's go into the detail. I've got notes on the match. I've got notes on the thing. You talk to me, and let's get this sorted, because I need better next time you get your promo time or your match time. Who is holding these people to the fire? And that's not just SmackDown. That's Raw and SmackDown. That's both shows. So I don't think it's easy to say, go in and who are we getting rid of, or what are we doing, right? I think you need to go in and you need to have a look for a good few weeks. You need to see how everything runs. You need to kind of make your own mind up about where's the issues. And then from there, you kind of, advise, or I don't even know what role we're talking about someone going into here, but if it was just a case of, you work for TKO and you've been sent to try and figure out what's going wrong, I mean, you just spend 2 weeks observing and making notes. And really, for me, I'm looking in the creative rooms. That's the brain of everything. And then once I've looked at that, I'm going to the TV tapings. I'm looking to see how what they decide in the creative room. I'm looking to see how that's executed physically on the show. And I'm looking to see what feedback is given. So I'm looking to see, and then I want to know if there is underperformance, how do you improve it? What's the process for making it better? I mean, do you just say to someone that's not good enough and then walk away? Or do you send them to the performance center? And if you send them to the performance center, do they get assigned a promo coach? Do they get assigned AJ Styles? Like, how does it work if they've got to improve their match quality? How does it work? So I think like it's a big conversation. It's not an easy conversation to have, but my starting point would be the formation of the idea, the execution of the idea, the aftermath of the idea, after the execution, after the show, and the kind of support that's provided if there is any improvements needed. I think those three areas in particular are questionable. All three of them are questionable. I'm not convinced that any of them are working properly at the moment. So, yeah, I think there's big problems. I think that's quite clear to see. Daze, have we got some confirmation about Enzo going to NXT? Only that it's expected to happen, yeah. I mean, you won't get confirmation from like WWE or anything, but there was word doing the round, I think earlier today, that he is expected to be heading to NXT, and that was today. Connor, oh, we read that. WWE doesn't have any control about commercials. Yeah, no, doesn't. That's down to the networks. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well. Always lovely to see James in the chat. Shout out to you. Miami Max said heads need to roll when it comes to SmackDown creative. It does feel that way. I mean, we can talk about who's dealing with underperformance and what support are people getting afterwards. But it is true, the Raw team seem to be coming up with a much better show concept than the SmackDown team. So, you know, it does feel like there is an issue in that SmackDown writing team in particular, because the work coming out of the Raw team seems to be a lot stronger. Dean said, I'm angry that some of the women don't get used on the main roster. Right. Well, I'd say some men as well. I don't think it's only women. You've got people like, you know, Otis Tozawa, Johnny Gargano, you know, Apollo Crews when he was obviously knocking around. There are like some guys as well. So, women's division, I think they've tried, haven't they, to kind of get a lot of women into the tag division for a bit. So, we'll have to see. Have to see what they do now that, like, maybe the focus on the tag division is just kind of settling down a little bit. We don't have Kabuki Warriors. We don't have Rio. We've still got Bayley Lyra, but I don't know for how much longer. I'm not sure that that's massively working for them, although they could pick up the tag belts and have a run. But then I don't know what you do with Paige and Brie. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of navigate that. Daze, would we mind if Sol wins against Becky on Sunday, or do we think Becky wins? No, I think Sol's got a really good chance of winning. Would I mind? A little, actually, if I'm being honest. I think they've really messed Sol Ruka up, and I think this started in NXT. I can only speak personally from my own experience. I don't find her likable right now. I don't like Sol Ruka, and that's kind of mind-blowing to say. She was someone I had a lot of time for. She was really exciting. I really enjoyed her character, but that friendship feud thing with Zarya just really kind of hurt her, because I don't think she came across brilliant in that relationship. I don't think the booking with her and Zarya made Sol look that great. And actually, as we said, during that feud, there was plenty of times the crowd were chanting for Zarya, because I think there was a lot of people that sort of felt similar, that like Zarya looked like she was sort of being a bit overshadowed. You know, Zarya was the one that didn't have any belts and wasn't getting the same kind of opportunity. And Sol did sort of just expect that Zarya would just be her friend and just support her. And I don't really know what Sol did for Zarya to sort of help her in any way. So, I don't know, that relationship is very toxic. It was very toxic. And I must admit, I kind of came out of it a bit like, I don't really like Sol Ruka now. I just don't like her character. I don't like the person that I've seen. But then she came up, right, that was done anyway, right? So, done. She came up to the main roster, and I remember saying, like, okay, main roster, let's have a refresh now, shall we, right? And what we've done is she's lost matches, which is absolutely fine, right? I really do not have a problem with her losing to Io Sky. I think she should lose to Io Sky. But I think where she's botching, like Soul Snatcher, you do kind of go, oh, that's a shame. You know, she's a really good talent. She looks really good in the ring. But, you know, those couple of botches kind of makes it seem like, okay, she needs to get her feet under the table. She seems a bit nervous. There seems like, this is, we've given her a lot to chew on here, and she's trying her best, but you can see she's just not as comfortable with it, right? And I do think, honestly, that there is a period where you need to settle in on the main roster. And I think she's going through that right now. And the reason why I say that is because we did not see her messing up moves on this level when she was in NXT. The fact that she's now messing up these moves on a consistent basis says to me something is wrong. It's a red flag. Now, you could have a word with her and she could go, no, look, I just slipped and all that stuff, right? Maybe I'd feel different if I spoke to her. But as an outsider looking in, I watched her in NXT. She seemed fine. Now on the main roster, every match seems to be botchy. I just saw Connor tagged me in some Dave Meltzer scores. He gave Becky Sol Ruka 0.25. It was only a couple of minutes long. But even that finish had a botch, and there was a move earlier in the match that was a bit botched as well. So I don't mind her botching. I'm not down on her for that reason. But I think the fact that she has been losing matches, she somehow gets herself a Saturday night's main event match against Becky. In the space of 2 minutes in a match where she was botching, she ends up winning by DQ, which now means she gets a title opportunity, which does feel very undeserved. And there is every chance she wins. So I have no warmth towards Sol Ruka right now. I've been watching her, hoping that warmth will return. And what I've seen is a girl that seems to be struggling to me and is now being pushed to a title very, very quickly. How am I meant to root for that? I think if you are someone that maybe didn't watch NXT, or you're just a blind Sol Ruka fan, you don't care, right? You don't care about anything. Maybe you can root for it. But I think for me, where I was struggling with her as a character, I mean, her as a person, I'm sure she's lovely. I'm not talking about her as a person. I'm talking about the character. The character to me is someone I've struggled with. And now she's come up to the main roster. She's botching. Not a problem. I think it's nerves. Totally understandable. But this is not the time to put the belt on the girl. To me, you don't have someone that's showing this level of nerves. You don't go, do you know what we should do? We should make her the Intercontinental Champion. I mean, to me, that just sort of diminishes the belt. You're putting it onto someone that I'm looking at them and I don't think she's ready for that. And you're going to do it because we're trying to desperately build her. Do you know what I mean? Putting the belt on someone is a way of building someone. But when you can see with your own eyes that they are just not comfortable, they don't look ready, and they've only been around for a few minutes. She ain't been on the main roster long. That, it's irrelevant putting the belt on her. It's irrelevant. You could put the belt on her on Sunday. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to suddenly go, do you know what? She's amazing. She is ready. To me, she could put in a really good performance and my concerns are still going to remain. And I just don't know why they're so desperately trying to rush all these new call-ups to belts. I just really think that it just waters things down. When you look at Stephanie having a belt and you look at Jade getting to a top women's title, Stephanie being a champion, Jade being a champion, you've got Julia being a mid-card champion, Sol Ruka being a mid-card champion, Trick Williams being a mid-card champion. You're kind of looking around and you're like, if you're trying to convince me that this talent is like the best we've got right now, it's better than anything else, you're not doing a very good job of it. I don't look at these people. I don't look at Jade Cargill and think she's one of the best that we've got, right? I sort of look at some of these and I just sort of think we're pushing them too quickly to a belt because, do you know what? We just don't know what else to do. We're creatively bankrupt. We don't have a better way forward to present these people. We're just going to put belts on them and hope that you just believe that they're good. And they are good. I'm not saying they're not good, but just get into the belts that quickly. If it was a one-off, fine. But when you're doing it on so many occasions, when you're putting belts on people so quickly on a regular basis, it just diminishes everything, in my opinion. It diminishes the belts. So, not a fan, honestly. I like Sol, and I think I will warm up to her again. But I am not rooting for her on Sunday. I think it's in her benefit to not win on Sunday. I think for her to put in a great performance and just fall short and actually get a handshake from Becky, I think that would be quite good. And what I would do with Sol is I would have a summer where I give her a good feud, let her get her feet under the table, don't ask her to do anything too strenuous, and just, do you know what I mean? Just present her in some fun vignettes. She's a surfer girl, why not go to the beach? We did loads of those vignettes in NXT. Have her go to the beach. Have her do some, gymnastic stuff at the beach, looking really good. Do some fun little beach vignette. Kind of connect her to the audience that way. Then she goes out, has a fun match, starts picking up some wins, and builds her, rather than what we've done, which I've not been very impressed with. Stephanie should have retained her women's championship at WrestleMania. Liv shouldn't have won that, said Connor. Pushing call-ups to belts this quickly sucks. They do need time to be built up, said James. Pat said they want to build the young guys so that they can get them onto smaller deals while pushing out vets so they can take a pay cut. Do you know, that's really interesting, actually, what you've just said. That's really interesting. By having the new people that are on like 350,000 a year go to the belts, it means people like The Miz, who's going to be on X amount of millions a year, is now not being used in those kind of spots anymore. You know, I mean, there was a time where he was always around the IC belt along with like a Dolph Ziggler. They're not being used in those areas now. And so, yeah, you probably could go to them and ask for a pay cut, because we're not really using you as much anymore. We're using Carmelo and Trick now and Ethan Page. So that's really interesting. It's a bit conspiracy theory, but yeah, I can sort of see where you're coming from on that, actually. We know that TKO are very business minded, you know. They're all about trying to save as much money as possible, spend as little as they can, and bring in as much as they can. So as conspiracy theories go, I'm actually not too down on that one. Invest in the cheap young talent, which then means that when it's time for a budget review, you've got a much better hand to play when you have to go to people like Kofi and Xavier and Kyrie and Asuka and all these other people and go, listen, we need you to take a pay cut. Because we're using Sol Ruka now, we're using Stephanie now, we're using Julia now, you know. We can't really justify the 2-3 million a year that we pay you. We need you to go down to 1.5. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. I can't say that is what's happening, but as I said, as conspiracy theories go, I don't actually hate that one. Yeah. So, Pat, interesting. You got me thinking there, bud. Stuart said we got some breaking news. Gunther has some unanswered questions for Cody. Why should he be champ and not Gunther? Enjoy SmackDown tonight. Yeah, I think that for me, Gunther should get it. You know, we've been talking about building people like what James just mentioned there. We've been talking about should Sol Ruka get to the Women's Intercontinental belt, you know, having been on the main roster like weeks. Again, I have to stress, there are exceptions where you can do it. If Sol Ruka was the only person, then I could maybe go with it. I've had it before where people are like, oh, so you didn't like when Paige won the belt after WrestleMania, and it's like, well, Paige was obviously this really exciting up-and-comer. She was the NXT Women's Champion at the time. They called her up. It was the night after Mania. You always want to do something exciting on that show. They wanted to make an impression. They had to congratulate AJ Lee. AJ then said, who are you to interrupt me? Let's have a match. I'll even put my belt on the line. Bang, Paige wins. New champion. Loved it, right? So I'm certainly not going to sit here and be a hypocrite. So this is why, you know, I wouldn't say that it's like one rule fits all. But what I would say is that we are getting call-ups to belts very, very quickly. And I'm just not a massive fan of that. I like to see people grinding away, working away, climbing that mountain. In my mind, it is like a mountain. Obviously, the world title is at the top. Halfway up is the mid-card belt. And when you join from NXT, you join at the bottom. So there has to be a journey, some sort of journey, as you climb up that mountain. To get to the middle of the mountain so quickly is like, I don't know, you know, snakes and ladders, and you've been finding a lot of ladders. So, yeah, I think there is a conversation to be had there. So, but like, look at Gunther and his journey. You know, he is someone that's been on the main roster a good number of years now. He's had the World Heavyweight Championships, which I still sort of see as being below the WWE ones. I probably shouldn't. I probably should see them as being a lot more equal now after what happened at WrestleMania. But I do still see it being just that step below. And, yeah, I mean, he's had that World Heavyweight title twice. Never had the WWE belt. To me, the WWE title that goes all the way back to the 60s, that is the belt. So if he was to get it, that would be the pinnacle. I mean, I can't quite say he's reached the mountaintop. I think that actually the mountaintop could be on Sunday if he wins. But I am just worried that if that is the mountaintop, like doing it first, that match, I think, is opening the show. It's certainly in the first hour. It might be the second match, first or second match. Does just, I don't know. It does diminish the chances, in my opinion, that he's going to do it. So, listen, I'm a Cody fan. I like Cody. I feel sorry for him. I don't think he's perfect. We've covered the issues with his runs and his character. But I do think he gets a lot of not unfair criticism. I just think that a lot of the faults people point out are because of creative and not so much because of Cody. But even I think that Gunther should get the win, yeah. Even I would go in the Gunther direction. Give me a second. I just want to get some water. Right, let's go. Let's go down. Hello, Robbie. Hope you're well. If Cody retains, it's going to kill my vibe for the rest of the show. I got a bad feeling that this show will just be status quo. It's going to be all retentions and nothing else until SummerSlam. Yeah, we kind of covered that. I think WWE have got a great opportunity to do something really, really big this weekend. I think there's an opportunity for them to really send like a message. Jacob's been on the roster a few years now, and I think like the World Heavyweight Championship, as I said, to me is just that step below. Maybe that's changed because Roman has won it from Punk in the main event of night 2. So there's definitely a conversation about how those belts are a little bit more equal now. Beating Roman would be massive. Winning Tribal Combat would be massive. I suppose, you know, WWE would have to just weigh up if Jacob can carry that weight, because it's a big, innit? I mean, you wouldn't have wanted Solo to have beaten Roman in Tribal Combat the other year, because Solo was not good enough. He couldn't carry that weight. We've seen he main events SummerSlam against Cody, and really after that we gave up on him. He has a Tribal Combat that he loses and we give up on him. You know, as a main event star, he's just completely fallen from grace. I don't know how WWE feel about Jacob. I feel better about Jacob than I did Solo. I think Jacob looks to be more legit. I think they've done a really good job of getting across how dangerous Jacob is. I think Jacob's got a bit more aura. I mean, it is mental that you can have Roman Reigns in the ring and yet the crowd still chant Fatu, Fatu. That's mental. That says to me there's definitely something there. because, the crowd choosing to chant Fatu over OTC. Not all the time. There's still loud OTC chants. But that says to me that there is, there's something here. So I think that they need to think about, is this the right time to actually do something quite shocking? I do think that Jacob winning Tribal Combat, winning that championship, and the fallout of that would be so interesting. I mean, everyone would just be like, can't wait for SmackDown. I can't wait to see where this goes. I mean, how does Roman react? So interesting. What's Roman's character like? What's his demeanor like? What's his relationship with the Usos like? How do the Usos interact with Jacob? How does Jacob interact with Roman? How does the family react? Do we hear from The Rock? Does The Rock put something out? Even just a little tweet? Like, wow. That would be big. I mean, it would be big because it's not just a title change. It's a real character shift. It's a bit more like a heel turn. It's a bit more like when John turned heel. It's not just like someone wins a belt. It's a complete changing of a character. If Roman is no longer the tribal chief and actually Jacob is. And I think they've got the opportunity to do something really big. That excites me going that way. But I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they've got the guts to do it. I don't think they're brave enough to do it. Because I think Roman is such a merch machine. He's such a big star for them. I think they would really worry about damaging that and hurting that in any way. And yeah, I just don't know. I'm not convinced they're going to do it. It's not like the future of WWE rests on it or anything, but they have got an opportunity to do something really, really cool. Really cool. If we get the return of Drew during Roman, Jacob, said Connor, and Drew costs Jacob, then we get another match. Yeah, I think there is a chance of that. There is a chance of that. I think only the Intercontinental and Cruiserweight titles have changed hands in Italy, says First 48 Gamer. Oba will be cheered over Roman too as well, said USA Baby. Well, that would be good, yeah. I mean, they could have one eye on that, couldn't they, at the future? They could have one eye on doing that match, and that could be a reason for Roman to get past Jacob. They might not want to damage Roman when you've got that Oba match on the horizon, because a damaged Roman versus Oba is still interesting, but I don't know if it's as interesting as Roman at full strength. So that could be part of the thought process as well, is we need Roman to stay the tribal chief and be the top guy all the way through till we get to Oba, because Oba is the true, torch bearer. He's the one that is really going to be taking over, not Jacob. Big Time said Daze all in at Wembley is currently at 25,000. Pre-sales on March. There is a feeling the effect of running the stadium, only 5,000 ticket. AEW's problem, innit? Wrestling Little Rise said, out of interest, why does the WEP keep the green screen between headphones, but on here it doesn't? Well, I don't have headphones on. And actually, I don't know. Yeah, I think this is because this is OBS. So on the Wrestling Escape Pods, it's not a Zoom call, it's River Studio or something, I don't know. Some weird kind of basically Zoom-like technology, which I don't think is the best, right? So it's like a video calling technology, whereas this is like a proper broadcasting kind of software. It's called OBS, it's free, but like it constantly is getting updates as people are tweaking things and improving things. So I suppose this is just better for streaming, but can't really use this if you're doing, well, you might be able to, I don't know, there might be a way of like me sending this across to time. I don't know. The way that we do it is basically like video calling, and it's not as good. John said, I'd rather see Otis beat Roman than Jacob. Okay. Santino won his first IC championship as a fan in Milan on Raw 2007, says Davids. Uncle Revel, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. I think that's worth saving for WrestleMania. Let's go down. What are we doing with Liv? Because since Liv won the title, she's not defended. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly it's to do with Stephanie. So Stephanie is out injured, and I think it seems to me like they were going to continue that program, but it seems like Stephanie's injury is a little bit more serious than what they thought. And so I'm not aware of there being any injury or any issue for Liv. We know that she did have a head banged up, obviously, before WrestleMania, but she still competed at Mania. So I'm not aware of her having any injury. She might have needed a week or two just to recover. But yeah, I think it's probably more to do with the fact they want to do Stephanie Liv, and they're just waiting to see what's happening with Stephanie. And at the moment, they can focus on Rhea Jade. So, you know, they didn't really have a need for Liv at Backlash or Clash. But obviously, as we're getting closer towards SummerSlam, and the more she's not defending, the more they're going to need her to work. So I can only imagine it's something to do with Stephanie kind of holding things up. More so than anything else. I'm not aware of any Liv injury. Caden said, Daze, love the videos. Thank you, my friends. I'm hoping for a good SmackDown. Same. I don't have to wait until 1 a.m. to watch Raw or SmackDown. Hoping for a good pay-per-view. Yeah, don't forget as well, this weekend, the pay-per-view Clash in Italy is also early on Sunday, and that's Sunday. It's weird, isn't it? It's really weird. It's weird because yesterday I set all the streams up and I was like, no way, man. Like, I'm so used to doing like these 2 SmackDowns and then it's an early stream on the Saturday. But actually, this works so much better for me. We do the 2 streams and then I've got like Saturday to sleep a bit, to catch up, right? And then on Saturday night, we've got AAA. Now, granted, it's a little bit of a quick turnaround between AAA ending, go to bed, get up early for, you know, Clash in Italy. But no, this works. I like this. This works better for me. I kind of like the fact that we're doing this. We're over in Italy, whatever. Then Sunday, we've got a normal stream, like late UK time for AAA. And then we're back on Sunday to do Clash in Italy. So yeah, so that'll be early. Tomorrow is obviously in Mexico, so AAA tomorrow is late. Sunday is early because we're in Italy. Monday is early because I think we're still in Italy for Raw. So we got some early stuff coming up. But yeah, tomorrow we get the little bit of rest as we get to have a little lie-in and watch the Mexico show later. So I'm so excited for this weekend. This is actually the start of a very, very exciting weekend for me. I mean, I love talking about wrestling. I love chatting away with you guys. I love throwing theories around and have we heard anything about this? What's being said about that? Blah, 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 blah. I love all of that stuff. So we get to chat away. We get to, you know, watch SmackDown. We'll come back to it later. We get to speak to any of our friends that weren't around for this stream. We get to speak to them later. And then, yeah, we got the Mexico show. I mean, that AAA show tomorrow, it's going to be so flipping good. I mean, we could be looking at a genuine match of the year with El Grande, which feels a bit weird to say, but the build has been one of the best builds this year. So we really could be looking at like a true match of the year if the match lives up to expectation. So very excited for that. And then, of course, as you said, on Sunday we're back for Italy. And, well, they've got an opportunity, haven't they? They've got an opportunity to actually really get their teeth into something special. We're going to have to see if they pull the trigger on anything special or if it is just going to be a little bit paint by numbers, kind of what you would expect. But, well, I'm excited. We'll see. And then, of course, on Monday, the fallout of it all. Kelly the Wise Lady, Hall of Fame, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's lovely actually seeing a few people around that maybe we don't see on a regular basis, like week in, week out. I think there's a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people that are probably jumping in because of it being a PLE weekend. You know, I could understand that people popping in, going right. Let's just kind of get back into the swing of it. So what I would say is that 2026. Raw has been okay. SmackDown has been a challenge. The year is maybe a little bit better than 2025, but I don't think we're talking much better. I think it is better. I think you can point to, WrestleMania Night 2. Backlash was not bad. Saturday night's main event was pretty fun. AAA has been great. So I do think that this year, by and large, has been better. But probably not enough to really be bringing people back that felt like they needed to step away. But I do think this weekend the card looks so good. I could believe people coming back for that card because it looks so good. Connor said, Daze, Carmelo, Ricky in a rematch has been made official for tonight. Okay, cool. Kyle said, what's up? Huge fan. Hello, Kyle. Here in the States, the PLE is at 2 p.m. That's not a bad time, is it? I mean, it's much earlier than usual, but not a bad time. So, yeah, that would be pretty fun. I don't think that's a problem, honestly. I mean, this talk that, like, we can't do WrestleMania in England because of the time difference and all that kind of stuff, it's always felt a bit nonsense to me. It's always felt a bit nonsense, and I don't think like 2 p.m. on a Sunday is a bad time for watching a PLE in America. So, I mean, I'm guessing it would be probably around that sort of time if we did WrestleMania in the UK. It's not like you got to watch it at 2 a.m, So, yeah, I don't know. This whole chatter about, like, I think it's because when they did SummerSlam, that did get pretty bad ratings. And I don't know, you're going back to 1992, it was a completely different time. Whereas now, with like catch up and all that stuff, I mean, back then you had to watch it live. If you didn't watch it live, you had to hope you could catch the replay. There was no on demand. Maybe if you recorded it or something like that, But like now with Netflix and you just watch it whenever you want, like, yeah, I think times have changed a lot. Hello, Bobbers. Hope you're doing well. Could Jimmy and Jay both turn on Roman and Jacob? Yes, I suppose they could. I was not expecting for them to turn on both. I'm trying to think, what does that set us up? Jacob, Roman against the Usos. It'd be kind of mental to see Jacob and Roman on the same team after everything that's happened. But I mean, we've seen weirder things in the past. Yeah, there's a chance of it. I'm not expecting it. I mean, that would catch me off guard. I think, to be honest, I'm just expecting it to be a case that Roman retains, Usos stick with him, Jacob moves on to a different feud. I think that's kind of what I'm expecting. But, well, you've got me thinking. You got the old cogs going about, like, where would that take us if we ended up doing that? If the Usos betrayed both. Yeah, interesting. Not one I'm expecting, though. But I am thinking. Hope you're well. Jackal said, Daze, good seeing you and you, buds. Are we excited for the speculations about Santino, Enzo, Cass? Hope you're doing well. Well, I don't mind them, actually. They're not making any sort of big difference to my life. Santino, I've always enjoyed his work. I'm a big fan of Santino, actually. I do like Santino. So to see him pop up in Italy as a one-off, yeah, fine. Could do a fun little moment with him. He might get a nice little reaction. I don't think it's essential. If they don't do it, it's not a problem. If they do, it'll be fine. So that's okay. Apparently, Enzo, Big Cass look like they're NXT bound, which, I don't know, man. That might just boost the NXT rating a touch, Enzo, Big Cass, they bring a bit of experience. It would boost the NXT tag division. People would definitely tune in to see what they're like in 2026. So there's probably some wins to be had there. Whether WWE have got plans for them to go to the main roster quickly or anything, I don't know. There's no reports of that. But at the moment, looks like they are potentially NXT bound. I can see some wins as to why you would want to do that. So, yeah, they're not names that are like, oh my God, we're back, you know? Oh my God, we were so worried about WWE and we are back. It's not that situation, but it's okay. I'm not down on it. I don't mind them people. And Baron Corbin as well. I don't know what's happening there. That's gone a little bit quiet. But that was another rumour doing the rounds, wasn't it? That Baron Corbin was going to be coming back. I think we're just desperate to get WWE fully back to 2019. We started it with the booking, and now we're bringing back 2019 personnel as well. I'd love Enzo Cass back on the main roster, said Kader, because they need it for the tag division. NXT would be good for them too. Uncle Revel said, my son, who's now 13, first got into wrestling. His first ever favourite wrestler was Big Cass, because he does big kicks. All right, that's cool. I thought you was going to say Enzo, actually, as I was reading that comment, Uncle Revel. I thought you was going to say your son was really into Enzo, because I think a lot of kids were, a lot of people were. He's a good talker. I wasn't expecting Big Cass to be the one, but cool. Mr. B Light said, I think Tony should appear in Italy during Oba versus Brock. He could get the head of Oba because Tony is 2-0 versus Oba, said Mr. B Light. I'm not expecting Tony. I don't even know if he's on the tour, actually. He has got that sort of Italian vibe to him, but yeah, there's been no word of a call-up or anything like that. I don't know. I'm not expecting Tony. David said, WWE going to ignore the time when Big Cass turned on Enzo. They might pay reference to it on commentary, talking about, you know, troubled history between them or something. But by and large, yes. I'd imagine they're just going to bring them back, and there's a lot of water under that bridge. Sean said, I think Roman should come back as a big dog and pass the torch to Bron Breakker, and his new nickname becomes the Big Dog, says Sean. I smartened him up and I introduced him to the Wyatt family. Big Cass became a thing of the past after that, said Uncle Revel. Uncle Revel. I think you did a good job there. You did a good thing. Suzanne, hello, says, my mum and I moved here 6 years ago. I am from California. Where did you move to, Suzanne? Where are you? I'm in Alabama. Alabama, bam, 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 bama. Just like Brooks Jensen. Very nice. Mackenzie said, I can't wait until Enzo says cup of haters. Used to be a shirt, didn't there, that had that? I think it had a cup on it, and it said cup of haters. So they might re-release that shirt. But, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. He'd bring something to NXT. Bit of charisma. There might be a bit of humour, which, you know, might be missing at the moment. Even Ariana Grace is not doing her kind of fun shtick that she was doing. I don't actually know. I don't even know where the humour's really coming. I suppose Shiloh Hill is the humour now. I won't get used to shows being at 11. SmackDown, Clash, Raw are all at that time for me, says Robbie. Oh, you're on West Coast, are you? Darth said, Danhausen said his project is going to be big. I'm thinking Enzo Cass will work with Dan. Well, maybe, but the rumours are they're going to go to NXT. So, I'm not sure. You never know with the dirt sheets. I mean, you can't ever take them 100%. But the rumour at the moment, Enzo, Big Cass working together, go into NXT. So that's making me think that it's not going to connect with Danhausen, but again, you can never be sure. Becky Lynch claims Sol Ruka is not medically cleared for Clash in Italy. She did put that out as a tweet earlier, actually. She did put that out as a tweet. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if she is... we're going to have to wait and see if she is going to make it or not, 'cause she can never quite trust what Becky says. Right. What do we think we'll get for Danhausen tonight, said Reese? Yeah, hard to see him doing the lab thing, even though he probably should, because that's his story at the moment. But I can't imagine he's took his lab all the way to Italy or Spain. We're in Barcelona. So, I don't know. That makes it a little bit trickier at the moment. Because the lab stuff is what he's working on, isn't it? He's working on that whole monster thing, but I don't know. Is the joke going to be that he has took the... I mean, is it that the lab's going to be there and Nick Aldis is going to walk in and go, did you bring all this to Spain? And he's like, yes. I can't stop my work. It's too important. How did you get this on the plane? You know, and stuff like that. They could do something like that. Or, because we're in Spain, he might have to kind of just do some interactions with, you know, Miz, Kit Wilson backstage and kind of, you know, just do that kind of humour for a week or two. And then get back to the lab stuff. Can we imagine if Danhausen is somehow bringing back Braun Strowman? I think Strowman would be a good shout. I think Big Cass is a good shout as well. I mean, I think it is going to be someone big. But as I said, the last rumour I saw was that Enzo, Big Cass were expected to be together. Whether that's changed, I don't know. But I know that that was the chatter and that it was looking like they were going to NXT. But yeah, I agree. I think, like he said, it's going to be someone big. And we've already done the small micro wrestler joke. So, I mean, I don't think you can go back to that. So this time I think he cracks it. So it's going to have to be someone that's got size. So, yeah. It's got to be someone that's, you know, a Braun Strowman I think would be great. Some people might say that it'd be a silly way to bring him back. But, I don't know. It depends how you use him. I mean, I would have him still play it straight. I'd have him be, like, a monster. I mean, I wouldn't make him, like, do comedy nonsense. I actually think Danhausen does the comedy. If you pick on Danhausen, then you got to deal with Braun Strowman. And Strowman's just, like, this monster that's pretty out of control. But he does listen to Danhausen. And I think there's, you know, maybe a bit of humour to be had there. So... don't know, we'll have to see what they're cooking up. Braun's doing a cooking show, said Suzanne. Yeah, he is. More reason to bring him back, honestly, because, I mean, that thing will film, you know, within a month or two. He can always have the time off to go and film the next series. But by and large, it shouldn't prevent him from coming back to WWE. We've seen, obviously, WWE stars go off and do projects, films, TV shows. Cody did his whole Roads to the Top thing. We've had Mr. and Miss, Ms. and Mrs. Total Divas and all, you know, Total Bellas and all that kind of stuff. So actually the fact that he's got that show and the fact that it's getting decent ratings is probably a good reason to actually bring him back, because WWE might want to be associated with that, you know, if he's kind of gone out and is making a name for himself. And he's becoming a bit of a personality and is kind of getting known, then, you know, you could understand WWE going, oh, okay, well, would you like to come back for a bit? We've got some money and, you know, we can kind of... I don't think they would bring him back and use him, like world title pictures and all of that, but as a fun little thing with Danhausen, there's probably something to that. Suzanne said, I'd love to see Braun again. Bobbers said, I think it would make sense to bring Braun back for Ober when he's finished with Brock. Yeah, that could be interesting. Yeah, that's a good shout. Reese said, Daze, I'm looking forward to catching up with the WEP. Do we think that Gunther will do Cody? I think Cody retains. Yeah, I'm leaning to Cody retains now. I think on my prediction video, I said Gunther because that's how I felt at the time. But then word came out that actually that match is going to be in the first hour of Clash in Italy. And that really sort of started to change my mind a little bit. So I think, like, percentage-wise, it just means that Cody's got a bit more of a chance of retaining now. I do think Gunther should get it eventually, though, because he beat John Cena. He beat AJ Styles. I just think we owe it to them. You know, if I was a wrestler and I was a wrestler on the level of John Cena, and the very last person that I lost against, like, you know, I was told is going to be the next big thing, yeah, then, you know, I'd be pretty disappointed if you did not back that person, like, the next year. I'm sure that John has spoken to WWE, and I really don't think John named a name. I mean, I think John, from what I've heard, just wanted to go out to whoever's meant to be the next big thing. And at the time, in December, that person they saw as being Gunther. Now, of course, they would see that person as being Ober. But at the time, they saw that person as being Gunther. And so Gunther got the win over John. So I think you sort of owe it a little bit to John, to AJ, Goldberg, if you want, that, you know, they've all retired to the hands of Gunther. I think you've got to pull that trigger. We got to capitalize on, you know, what, you know, him retiring them. So I don't know. He could get it on Sunday. If he doesn't get it on Sunday, then I've got to think that he'll get it just a little bit further down the road. Maybe he wins King of the Ring and then goes into, you know, because perhaps Brock Ober is the plan for SummerSlam. And that's where Brock retires. And maybe Gunther wins King of the Ring and gets another shot at the championship. I don't know. It would be a lot of rematches from Italy, wouldn't it, if that's what we did? It would be a little bit of a shame if that's what SummerSlam looks like, because that's what Clash in Italy is looking like. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I would personally pull the trigger and put the belt on Gunther this weekend. I'm just not sold they're going to do it. Mr. Full D said Cody will recover easily if he loses. Gunther losing would hurt him more because people hate him already. They are already chanting "you tapped out." They can't give him any more ammo for chants, said Mr. Full D. Mark said, I just got in from work. What's going on? We're early. I'm glad you are the best. Yeah, we're in Barcelona, so it is early. It's not being shown in America yet. It is going to be on Netflix internationally. It starts in half an hour. So, you know, we'll be underway with SmackDown soon. Been live for about an hour and a half already. But we're back later doing our normal watch along as well. But obviously that'll be a replay. That's going to be a nightmare. I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, I don't mind watching the show again, but trying to stay in sync with America and all of that is just a flipping nightmare. I hate those streams. I hate those streams. I feel like on that second stream, I spend more time talking about, right, where are you? Are you back now? Are we back now? And it's, I hate it. So this is definitely the better stream to watch, where we can just turn it on, watch the show, and not worry about anything. So, yeah, that's we're in Barcelona. Daze, are we expecting Penta to be Intercontinental Champion going into SummerSlam? I think I would be leaning yes. I think Penta's had an incredible start to being IC champ, said Connor. Yeah, I think I'd be leaning towards yes. I think he's going to have a good run over the summer. Saluta23 said WWE is $1 billion business. TKO want Cody and Roman as their top guys. They're both in major blockbuster film Street Fighter and they want the press. It's true. I mean, they've got them. So, you know, they are... There's a lot of film projects happening. I mean, you've got Drew, who's in, like, Highlander. And, you know, Liv's been in some films recently. She's got a TV show, I think, coming up as well. So it is true that Cody and Roman are their top stars. It is true that they're amongst the top merch sellers and all of this stuff. But it is also true that Roman is kind of part-time, and I think people are looking as to where's that next generation of main event talent. We got an opportunity here to do something really interesting over the summer, and Roman, of course, could always get the belt back at SummerSlam or later in the year. I don't think Street Fighter's out until the end of the year. But I think it'd be a little bit of a shame because you're going to have Roman and you're going to have Cody, regardless of whether they're champions or not. You're going to have them in your company. So, I think it's a little bit of a shame to sort of book around that. Yes, you want to have them featured, but of course they're always going to be featured. I mean, you're not going to do a show and have Cody or Roman sat in catering. So you'll always use them. But I think it would be a bit of a shame for that to be a barrier as to why we can't do something quite exciting. I think it'd be quite exciting having Jacob win and then deal with the fallout. And if it's really that big of a problem, then put the belt back onto Roman at SummerSlam, which would still be before Street Fighter comes out. But if I was working in WWE, my focus is on WWE and the creative and what I think is going to be the best to make the shows the best. And I think the point you make is an excellent one, because I wonder if, for various different reasons, that is not always the priority. And, that could be part of the problem, couldn't it? Rather than putting on the most captivating stories and building people up the right way and, kind of putting on the most engaging shows, we have to go with this person because they've got a film coming out soon, or we have to go with this person because they, suddenly have... gained a bit of traction or something, and so we're going to hot shot over to them. And I don't know, I mean, there could be lots of reasons as to why various decisions get made, and perhaps it's not always for the best of the story or for the best of the show. Daze, you're right. I'm just trying to think how TKO would think, said Saluda. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. I think you're right. I think it's interesting. I think that point of... they've both going to be in Street Fighter. It's going to be a big film. Should we have them as both being champs when that film's out? I think you're absolutely right. I think that is a point that could be getting brought up in meetings. And, if that then prevents you from doing a more interesting story, I'd say that's a real shame. That's a real shame. I do think something like that should ensure people are on the show. I mean, I do think from a business point of view, it would be really dumb to have someone in a big movie that you've got in your company and you don't even get them onto the program. Like, to me, that's dumb. Because if I went and watched Street Fighter and I see Cody and I'm like, he's cool. He's a wrestler, is he? I might check that out, right? I don't know how many people will do that, but there might be some. To not have him on the show would be ridiculous, but of course we know Cody will always feature and Roman will always feature. So yeah, it's an interesting thought, that. Big Time said, Daze, Sean Ross that mentioned New Day leaving likely saved a lot of jobs that would have been impacted by cost saving. New Day cost TKO over $2.3 million a year. Yeah. Well, I think they were offered wage reductions, weren't they? So I think they would have kept them. So I'm not sure they would have cost them $2.3 million a year going forward. So yeah, I mean, they probably still did by completely losing all of that because they left. They probably did save a few jobs from being cut. So, respect to them for that, I suppose. Wrestling Russ, hello. Hope you're doing well. I guess you all got the show early, said Wrestling Russ. Well, in Europe, it's on in 25 minutes. So we've just been chatting away, really, talking about where WWE is at the moment, a lot about this weekend, talking about just various things, about Roman, about Cody. whatever people want to talk about. So, yeah, we've just been chatting away about that. SmackDown does begin in just 25 minutes. As we said, we are back later. We're going to be back later when we kind of get stuck into the normal broadcast. That is a recording, of course. But, yeah, we're doing the 2 streams today. Liam said Donald Trump purchased between 15,000 and 50,000 of TKO stock on March 25th, according to the HuffPost review. That's interesting. I'll tell you, there is an allegation that Donald Trump buys stock and then he promotes it to increase the value. So I wonder if he's bought TKO stock, it's worth thinking of buying some, because that would say to me it's probably going to go up. And then if it goes up, sell it. Don't keep it for long. Sell it. And, you know, you might be able to make some money that way. Because, I mean, this is what Donald Trump seems to be doing. This is the allegation that it's kind of like insider trading. But, well, you could use that to your own advantage, couldn't you? So, I mean, he has got the UFC show on his lawn. So, obviously, the UFC is TKO. They're doing a big White House show. I wonder if he's thinking that, you know, the buzz of that, the spectacle of that will end up driving up the stock. So, that's interesting. I mean, to be honest, though, that's not much that he's bought, is it? Between 15,000 and 50,000. I mean, I think I saw the other day, is he worth like 6 billion now, maybe more? So, I mean, that's peanuts to him. Absolute nothing. So, I don't think he's that confident if that's what he's bought. But, I don't know. Might be worth keeping an eye on, having a little look at. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Jared said, Buenas noches, a.k.a. good evening. Thank you, Jared. I wouldn't have had a flipping clue what you said there otherwise. So, welcome. Hello. Welcome to SmackDown. Starts in 22 minutes. We are in Barcelona. The First 48 Gaming said UFC White House is going to be a false flag. He wants his ballroom. UFC White House is going to be a false flag. What do you mean by that, buds? It's definitely happening, isn't it? I mean, I've seen them setting up the lighting and the thing. Pictures of that have been getting shared around. So, if he's bought TKO stock, he's got to be thinking that it's going to be going up soon. And he probably, I mean, he does know stuff. So, I mean, he will probably know if, like, numbers are looking good. And if results are looking good. I mean, he can pick up a phone to Dana, to Ari Emanuel, to flipping Triple H, whoever he wants. He can get an idea of how businesses are performing and what numbers are looking like. Then he can pick up the stock before they make announcements. Stock goes up, he makes money. It's illegal, but no one seems to care. It's illegal, but no one seems to be stopping anyone from doing anything. So... I would say if you do hear of him picking up a lot of stock in something, I would recommend having a look at it yourself, honestly. I wouldn't go crazy with it. This is not financial advice, but there are a lot of things he's been picking up stock in that have magically been going up shortly afterwards, because he's got access to a lot of information, hasn't he? WWE does not have any TV events on June 14th. Are you watching that UFC show? Yes, I am. We are. So that is, I don't know if it's our next UFC show, but you are correct. There are no WWE shows going on. So, I mean, obviously it makes sense, doesn't it, that TKO would want to keep that clear, because I think they're hoping a lot of people tune into that big UFC event. So, yes, we will be doing that. I think next weekend we're doing AAA, because the AAA show is actually split across 2 weeks. So we're doing it tomorrow, but then next week it's still a special. And I think actually next week is when Bayley is going to be on the show. So Bayley will be on the AAA show in a 6-woman tag match don't believe that goes down tomorrow. I think that goes down a week tomorrow. So, I'm looking forward to a couple of weeks AAA. And then I don't know if it's the week after that's the UFC show. But there's also Night of Champions, which is coming up in June. And there is a Saturday night's main event, but I think that's July. So, don't know. Haven't even started getting my head around like a schedule yet. Gerald said, I'm not going to lie, I hate these 7 p.m. start times. I much prefer the normal time. Yeah, same. Kind of, I was working and I went to bed and I managed to get about 4 hours. So, I don't feel fantastic. I don't feel like I've definitely been more awake than this before. But, I agree. I just like a routine, honestly. I like to go to bed at that time, get up at this time, have something to eat, then I check X. I've just got a routine, and this very much disrupts that routine. So I agree with you. But the positive will be that we get a different flavour. It'll be nice to kind of, see what the Spanish fans are like, see, what the vibe's like. It should be good. I mean, Barcelona, I always think when we go to Europe, the crowds are always really boisterous. And that's because there is this kind of football culture of chanting, making noise. Well, Barcelona, one of the world's greatest football teams. This crowds are not going to be sitting on their hands. This is not going to be a crowd where you're struggling to hear them make noise. This is going to be, I'd imagine, full-throated, loud voice. It's going to be a good crowd. That's what I'm expecting. Don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. We go to France, we get a great crowd. We go to Germany, we get a great crowd. We go to Italy. We've had great crowds when we've done shows over there. London, of course. Scotland. Everywhere you go in Europe seems to be the same story. I don't see any reason why Spain is any different. Barcelona, Madrid, loads of places in Spain where they've got that big football culture. I think that plays a part. I really do. David said, will AAA be an hour tomorrow? I don't think so, actually. I think it'll be 2 hours because I think there's 4 matches. Normally there's only 3. And I think there's 4 tomorrow. And I think this mask versus mask is going to get time. So I think they'll be looking at 2 hours. It's not just a normal episode, it's a special. So I think I'm expecting it to be 2. Last time I looked, they hadn't set the stream up. Not that it'll make any difference, because it won't tell me how long it's going for. But yeah, they hadn't even set the stream up yet. But I'm expecting it to be 2. To try and do 4 matches in an hour would be tight. Possible, but it would mean the matches are relatively short. I could believe there being some backstage segments, maybe a promo, the matches, entrances, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, the fallout, mask versus mask, you got the drama of the mask being removed. So I think it'll probably go 2 hours. Daze, I'm not going to lie, said Big Time, but I do miss Raw being on USA Network. I feel like the structure of the show, over-reliance on star power, leaving SmackDown dry, no drafts, because Netflix wants all the cool toys. Maybe. I don't know. I think SmackDown's its own worst enemy, honestly. I don't blame Raw for SmackDown's problems. I think that if you're going to put all of the big stars onto SmackDown, then that means that onto Raw, then that means that SmackDown should really, have lots of breathing room for young, exciting, emerging talent. And if I look at how they've used Julia, and, I look at kind of how they messed up with Sammy and Carmelo and what the flip's been going on there, and how badly they botched that. And then you look at, like, the way top end of the card, you got Cody, of course, over there. But, the whole Pat stuff, which I know was TKO, but that was not Raw's fault. I mean, Tiffany, Jade's, flip, I mean, I kind of look at SmackDown and I just sort of think, you're your own worst enemy, really. Where's the great stories? Where's the great matches? I mean, you've been doing open challenges that have been providing great matches, but that's it. You take those open challenges away, which we have now. Where's the great matches going to come from? I mean, you're just going to have to try and use Carmelo on a fairly regular basis, and Ilya. I mean, I think Ilya, I don't know that he's injured. I don't know what we're doing with him. But, Ilya's capable of great matches. So, what we're doing there. So, I don't know. I wouldn't blame Raw for SmackDown's issues. I kind of feel like you should have a group. I mean, look at what we've been doing with Johnny Gargano. You've got Johnny Gargano on SmackDown, and you choose to have him just comatose, and that's how you want to use him. What are you doing with Chelsea right now? I know that she's been injured, but and okay, you're trying to put her with Tiffany, but I don't know. I don't feel like we've been doing anything interesting with Chelsea for actually quite a long time. Listen, they were responsible for booking the Wyatt Six. They're responsible for the booking of the MFTs. How many times can they get stuff wrong? They're their own worst enemy. Honestly, I would not be saying that the lack of star power is the reason why SmackDown is where it's at. I think that wrestling's quite straightforward. It's easy to say, it's hard to execute, but you need really good matches with, talent that are battling away, trying to get a win, good move sets, good pace, good selling. You build the match, build the drama. Hopefully you got a good crowd that are invested. Then you got your promos where you're, actually saying something, and, maybe you're kind of saying some things that are a bit close to the bone, but you're moving stories forward. You want a nice little swerve at some point in the show as well. Maybe some interesting backstage segments, some vignettes. I mean, these are the kind of things that we're looking for. And honestly, SmackDown has just been a mile away from all of that. Outside of the open challenges, I mean, it's been very poor. It's been very, very poor. It's been one of the worst years for SmackDown this year, actually. I keep meaning to do that. I keep meaning to go to Cage Match and actually get the sort of average. I know there's not loads of votes. I don't care, right? Just using the data that is available, I think it would be interesting to go, do you know the average SmackDown score for 2019 on Cage Match is? Do you know the average score for 2020 is? Do you know the average score for 20? It's just a guide. It's just a starting point. And I think that would be very interesting to go Raw, SmackDown for every year going back, well, I don't know, going back as far as the 90s. I think that would be really interesting. Easy to do as well. You just write all the scores down for SmackDown, and Raw. Add them. So add all the Raws together, then divide by 52 because there's 52 shows. And then, that'll give you the score. So you just add them all, divide them by 52. There's your average. Do that for Raw, SmackDown. Do it for every year. You've got all those scores. And again, I know that a lot of these shows are only getting 50 odd votes, whatever. So I know it's not an exact science, but it's the best we've got, really. The only other thing you could do is use reviews from, I don't know, 411 Mania or Bleacher Report or wherever you get your reviews from. But you've only got one person's opinion then, just the reviewer. So that's only one person's opinion. So Cage Match is a little bit better because you're getting 50 people's opinions. There isn't really anywhere you can go where there's thousands of opinions for shows going all the way back to the 90s, or at least not to my knowledge. So you just got to work with the best tools that you've got, really. So I think that would be quite interesting. I genuinely think that this year SmackDown would be posting amongst its worst numbers ever. That's what I would expect. I really think this is like all-time low type level for SmackDown. I mean, we did shows in going into Mania that were getting like 0 point something and 1 point something when we were doing all that Pat stuff. I mean, we really sunk the ship. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. Even now it might have recovered, but it's still only bobbing around 4s and 5s. You know, it's bad. SmackDown's having a really rough year this year. Which, of course, going into this show right now is, you know, enough reason for people to be a bit like, not sure, man. I don't know what to expect here. I understand that. I really do. I just hope that we have a fun show. That's all I hope for. I just hope this is going to be fun. 10 minutes to go, said Dave. John said Kofi was a former champ. They didn't care if he left. That's true. I think, though, with Kofi, that was never... It was a bit different, though, wasn't it? Because they never intended for him to be a champ. He caught fire, Kofi Mania. They put the belt on him, and then they didn't know what to do with him. So, I mean, he has a little run with it for a little bit, but, you know, he wins it in 2019, loses it in 2019, loses it in, like, several seconds to Brock Lesnar, and that was that. So, I mean, they were one of the best ever tag teams, and Kofi was loved. Xavier was loved. Xavier with Up, Down, Down. As you said, Kofi with Kofi Mania. So... they did want them to stay. They did, but they, you know, they didn't feel that they had the budget to keep them at the wages that they were giving them. I do sort of understand it, but, you know, I feel like we've said this till we're blue in the face. If you're going to offer Kofi and Xavier a contract that's going to pay them X amount for 5 years... I feel like you should honour that unless there is a big change to the business. Because you're basically saying, we rate you, we want you, and we're willing to pay you this for 5 years. Now, obviously, if the business collapses and money all of a sudden dries up, I understand you're in a very different position. So you might have to go back and go, listen, really sorry to do this. I don't want to do this, but we can't commit to this contract anymore. But the truth is, WWE are not in that boat. Like, they're making good money, and even though ticket sales might be down, they're only down because ticket prices are up. And actually, WrestleMania was one of the highest grossing shows in WWE history. You might not think that because of all the noise around the lack of ticket sales, but again, it's because the ticket sales were so expensive. The ticket prices meant that those tickets they did sell were selling for a higher price. So nothing changed business-wise. They've still posted really good numbers recently. What changed was they added more people from NXT. They brought in some people from outside. You know, they added to the roster. They bloated the roster. And then they went, oh, we probably should get this down. And then they turned around to people that said, we're going to give you X amount of money. And they went, oh, we can't do that now. It was an issue of their own creating. And they do this every year. Next year, they will bring up more people from NXT. And they will probably bring people in from outside the company. Someone from AEW becomes available, or someone from New Japan becomes available, or someone from TNA becomes available, and they want to use them straight on the main roster. They'll bring them in. And they'll bring up people from NXT. And those wages will get added to the wage bill. And then someone will go, oh, we should probably get this down. And then, of course, they'll turn around to people and they'll go, yeah, do you remember that contract? Yeah, well, we can't honour it now. But it's their own fault. It's their own fault. They keep doing this every year. The contracts you sign are not worth the paper they are written on. If you are a WWE superstar, you should know that. And if you're in NXT right now, you need to know that when you go to the main roster, the contract you sign is not worth the paper it is written on. everyone needs to be aware that it's just not worth it. You can go and make as much money as you possibly can. I mean, that's the goal. Just make as much money as you can. But because you never know when you're going to get cut. Because next year, they might look at you and how you're being used and the creative that you've got, and they might decide, you know what, we'd rather save that money. And you could be gone. That's actually, something we haven't spoke about. That mindset is not a healthy mindset. If you're someone that works for WWE and you're thinking, I just need to make as much money as I can before I lose my job, you're not thinking so much about how can I develop my character? How can I do my best work, right? You're thinking more about how can I sell more merch? How can I make as much money as possible because I don't know when this ride is going to stop? And that mindset cannot be good for the quality of the show. I do think that is, playing a factor. I can't say it's a big factor, but I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's good. It can't be good if everyone's looking over their shoulder wondering when the axe is going to fall, And as a result, you are literally just trying to make the money you can whilst you're in the system. Because you're probably not going to make money this good unless you go to AEW. You certainly ain't making money this good in Japan. Or in Europe. You can make a living on the indies. You can make a good living on the indies. But you're probably not making WWE main roster money. So you're just trying to ride this wave, really. But, if you don't know when the ride's coming to an end, you can sort of forgive people for, maybe not worrying so much about their match quality or worrying so much about developing their skills. Instead, it's just, let's try and sell as much merch as we can. Let's try and make as much money as we can. Let's try and get as many opportunities as we can. Let's just try and take as much as we can whilst we can before this ride comes to an end. If you had that job security of here's a 5-year contract and that you've got that 5 years, I think that could breed a different mentality. So yeah, it's an interesting one, that. Not one I'd really considered before about how that might be playing a factor. Again, might only be 1%, but these things add up. That it might not be a massive deal, but it could be a little percentage that's playing to kind of the current problems we're seeing. Okay, we got 2 minutes. Going over to Netflix. It's nearly time, said Connor. It is. We're going to find out, aren't we, if we're going to get Sol Ruka. Because I'd imagine they'll make an announcement on that if that match is... Okay, apparently one of the matches before SmackDown was Jordan Grace against Kiana James. That took place on main events before SmackDown. We're just counting down the seconds at the moment. I hope this is good. Okay, Daze, I can't imagine how unsettling it must be not knowing if you're going to get the axe at any time. Forget next week, month, or year. It could happen in hours, said Big Time. Yeah. I mean, you might feel a little bit like, okay, I can breathe once you've gone through what we just went through. You're probably not going to get cut at the moment because we've just done cuts. But, yeah, I mean, you never quite know when that next wave of cuts is going to happen. I mean, will it happen at the end of the year? We've done them in February before. This year it was after Mania. Yeah, you don't really know, do you? I'd imagine that you are okay right now, but get past SummerSlam, for example. We just cut past WrestleMania. As soon as you get past SummerSlam, with rumours of more NXT call-ups around that time, is that when you next start to worry a bit? Okay, here we go. Wrestling Little Rise said, I asked ChatGPT, 2019 got a 5.2 for that year, which I struggle to believe. Oh, that's interesting. Asking ChatGPT to do it. That's interesting. I'd probably want to do it manually just because we know ChatGPT can make mistakes, you know. I'm not... that could be true. That could be true. Okay. Here we go then. Let's see what they've got for us, shall we? Welcome to one of the great cities in the world. And it is. I mean, Barcelona is beautiful. Yeah, you can hear the fans already making noise. Yeah, listen to that crowd, mate. Listen to that crowd already. And straight away, we've got Barcelona flags. The football team. There's Cody. Cheer for Cody from the crowds. Okay, we got a little bit of dapping going on. Face-to-face, Cody and Gunther. There is the ring general. A few boos there from the Spanish crowds. Okay, we got Ricky and we have got Carmelo. Could be a good match, honestly. I mean, Carmelo keeps delivering. Ricky, I think there's a bit of work to be done, honestly, with the in-ring. There's Chelsea. Let me now. Bursts open the doors, comes walking out. So it's going to be Chelsea taking on Nia Jax tonight. Nia backstage with Lash. Okay. Olympic Arena. There. Oh, right. Is that the 92 Dream Team played here, did they? Yeah, they're outlaying. Oh, mate, look at them. Spain is showing up and showing out. You knew that they would, though. They're olaying away. Yeah, it's always great when we go over to Europe. Big cheer for the local Spanish commentary team. It's good. It's good. And we can't hear them, but we don't deserve to hear them. Yeah, well done. Well done. Well done. I love how Joe was like, well done, gentlemen. Well done. They were talking, couldn't hear a flipping word they were saying. What a banger evening we're having tonight, says Wade. Okay. They're just showing us back to Saturday night's main event, which feels like it was ages ago now. Really doesn't feel like that was on Saturday. Just gone. Feels like it was ages ago. Right. Metal Mama said, can I just say I love the overseas crowds. It does bring a different energy. I hope they've got a show that can really satisfy these crowds, you know. I hope they've got a show lined up that's going to be igniting, but I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a go home. You know what go homes can be like. It's so much fun to watch over the pond crowds. Well, I don't really like our American friends kind of not getting a bit of love, because I do feel sorry for our American friends. I think the American crowds can be good. Depends where we go. Chicago's normally a real hot crowd. Philadelphia's normally a really good crowd. I think America has, you know, got good crowds in them. I do think as well, though, you know, WWE going and operating in America throughout its history means that a lot of people that go have seen the product before. But when we go to somewhere like Spain, a lot of these people are going for the very first time. You know, a lot of these people are only experiencing WWE, and that enthusiasm it's going to be even bigger, isn't it? So I agree with you. Love the European crowds. They deserve their flowers, but I do think that our American friends deserve some flowers as well. I think what I'm saying is everyone gets flowers. Everyone should have flowers. Flowers for everyone. No flowers for Jade Cargill, though. This crowd are not interested. Booing her out the building as she's making her way down to the ring. Spain making it very, very clear. They are not interested in these baddies. We got Jade, we got Meechin, we got B-Fab. They do love this setup, don't they? Whenever we go to Europe, I don't know why, they put that little kink in the entranceway. We don't do it in America, and I don't know why we do it this way. Why do they always set up the entranceway a little different? In America, it's just a straight walkway from the entranceway to the ring. But here, whenever we go to Europe, we always put a little... We go kinky. There we go. Rhea Jade goes down on Sunday. We're going to be live for that, of course. Jade's in the ring. I feel like she's going to be fighting someone because she's in wrestling gear. So clearly there's a match. Boo's ringing out. Cut the music, says Jade. Cut the music. Yes. That's right, Barcelona. That is right. Okay, boos for Jade. Is it loud Rhea chants? Is that a loud Rhea chant? Yeah, good. Really good crowd. Loud Rhea chants. Loud boos. Shut the... That's not even their native language. We're in Spain and they're swearing to her in English right now. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect that. Shut the F up. Love it. Love it. Let's go. Jared said, are we watching the Champions League final tomorrow? I might watch it. I don't know. I might do. It's not high on my to-do list. My focus is getting some sleep, getting up, keeping up with the news, and then we got AAA. So, yeah, I am interested, though, who wins, of course. I don't mind Arsenal winning. I got a few Arsenal friends. I ain't got a problem with that. I know there's a lot of fans that support English teams that are like, don't want Arsenal winning. They're kind of like the enemy or whatever. I don't see Arsenal as an enemy. Here's Rhea making her way down. Big cheer for Rhea as she heads down to the ring. Daze, when do we think Punk will be back? I miss him. Raw has been brilliant, but it does look a bit empty without Punk. He's been appearing all the time since his return. What's next for him? Well, I think... I heard that it's just creative, that's all. So I'd imagine they're just going to get through Italy. He could be back for King and Queen in the Ring. Could be back for Night of Champions. I expect him back soon. I think it's fine for him to have lost at Mania, main evented. AJ Lee, obviously, just coming off her run as well. Just having a break. Same as Randy. Randy has said that he's not injured or anything. He's just having a break at the moment, so he'll be back soon. Okay, Rhea has made her way down. Blake said, I just woke up and now we're getting Rhea Ripley. Mommy is on the edge of the ring. Rhea looking to step inside. We haven't done loads so far, to be honest. So far, we've just had Jade come into the ring. Crowd have swore at her. And now we've got Mommy. Fans are olaying. Ole, 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 ole. Jade's looking at her watch, yawning away. Okay, Rhea said every week you come out here trying to throw around your dominance. When it's you and me in this ring, I beat you. When it's just you and me in this ring, I beat you. I beat you at Mania. Cheer for that. And this Sunday, I'm going to beat you again. Cheer for that as well. When the match is done, you'll be looking up at your true champion. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff, but the crowd are lapping it up. Loving it. Rhea chants. Boos for Jades. You really think this division revolves around you? Shut the F up chance again. Okay, right, we're bringing out Charlotte. I'd imagine is Alexa with her, I'm guessing. Alexa's going to be with her. No, just Charlotte. Unless Alexa's coming out after. Charlotte makes her way out, makes her way down to the ring. Arms outstretched. She's got like furry arm sleeves. They remind me of the kind of furry boots that Izzy Dame wears in NXT. Here's Alexa. Lex gets a nice pop. It is a lot of entrances and kind of aura farming, isn't it? I mean, so far we're 14 minutes in. I don't feel like we've done anything. We've just had Jade come to the ring saying, like, being swore at. Rhea's come down going, I've beat you before, I'll beat you again. And now we've got Charlotte and Alexa coming out like... So far in 14 minutes, we haven't achieved a great deal. But the fans are lapping it up all the same. Rhea is sat in the corner. Hot crowd can bring the show score up, says Mayor Pete. A whole full point sometimes just from the energy. I like that green, said Blake. Okay, let's see what Charlotte's got to say, shall we? No. Yeah. I respect how far you've come, Jades. Booze. As B-Fab interrupts. Alexa, 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 Alexa. Little girl. I've gone toe-to-toe with people in the ring and on the mic. Alexa, giving a bit of sass to Jade. Okay, Nicole, this is coming out. Yeah. Singles. Looks like we're going to get Jade Alexa then. Okay, I'm not sure why Jade is smiling. I'd be flipping livid if I had to have a match 48 hours before a championship match, but, you know, whatevs. There we go. So, it looks like we're going to get Alexa Jade's. Awful chant. I'd much rather Alexi chant, said Jared's. Ryan said Jade's promo style is horrendous. Jade Alexa. Ryan said that took nearly 20 minutes. I know, man. The pace of this is so slow. It is so slow. Yeah. Really, if someone goes, have I missed anything? No. Hot crowds, and we've basically... I mean, you could have just announced Jade versus Alexa. We could have just had that as a graphic. So, you know, basically that open has just brought a load of women out, done a bit of aura farming, giving the crowd something to cheer, and now it goes to a match which honestly doesn't really matter. So, yeah, if I was Jade, I would not be smiling about this. I'd be livid about this. You're gonna, but then she's standing out there in a wrestling gear, so you kind of go, well, you must have been expecting something. Otherwise, why are you wearing your wrestling gear? But yeah, the fact that she is having to have a wrestling match against Alexa just 48 hours before trying to win a belt is, you know, it's they do it all the time. But yeah, I can't say I was blown away by that open. James said, don't forget SmackDown next week on a Tuesday. Oh, yeah, I need to look into that. It is on a Tuesday one week, isn't it? I don't know that it's going to be live on a Netflix, though. I don't know if it's just getting recorded or what's happening. I'm sure I heard that it's going to still be airing at its normal time on a Friday. I wonder if that means that it's live on the Tuesday and then they should... Oh, God. If it's going to be live on Netflix on that Tuesday... ain't no one gonna flip in bother tuning in on the Friday, is there? Because all the spoilers will be out there. All the people that went to the show, all the videos will be all over social media. So I don't know. We'd still do both. The thing is that if you're at work right now in America missing this show, then by the time you get home, you haven't really got long till the show starts on TV. So it is possible to kind of get back home, have something to eat, and then bang, the show starts. But if it's shown on a Tuesday and you can't watch it till Friday, you've got loads of time to have things spoiled. In fact, I don't really see how you can avoid it. So I don't know what's happening with that. It is true they are recording a SmackDown on a Tuesday soon. And I heard in America it's just going to get shown at its usual time. Did you see Rhea used cell phone case that sells for $6,500? No. She makes a lot of money though, so I can believe it. It says it will be live on Netflix on the Tuesday. Really? That's crazy. Well, we'll be doing both. We'll be doing the Tuesday one and the Friday one, but I can't say I'm expecting too many people to join us on that Friday one. That's going to be a nightmare for our American friends to try and avoid all the spoilers and everything. That is going to be horrific. Alexa on the outside then, as Jade is in the ring in control. Jade looking to go to the outsides. Jared said if it's taped on Tuesday but not available on Netflix till 7 p.m. 8 US time. I don't know what you mean. If it's going to be on, if they're doing it on Tuesday and showing it on Tuesday, I'd imagine it'll be live on Netflix. In America, I believe it's still just going to be shown in its usual Friday slot. Swing and a miss there by Jade. Jade goes down. Alexa climbing up. Alexa looking for... going for a crossbody, getting caught. Bang! Into a backbreaker. Alexa feeling that. We got Rhea on the outside. We got Charlotte on the outside. We got Michin on the outside. B-Fab on the outside. I sense shenanigans. That's what I'm sensing. Kick coming in there by Alexa. Jade coming over. Alexa in the corner. Jade grabbing Alexa. Looking to hurl her into the rings. Taking her a while. It took her a little while there to get the positioning right, but she's picked her up. Oof, drops it. That's a hell of a fall there for Alexa, isn't it? Hell of a fall. Jade flashing the guns as Alexa comes falling down. Jared said it's not live on Tuesday for us. We can't watch till Friday. Yeah, it's live for us here in the UK on Netflix, but you don't have SmackDown on Netflix. SmackDown in America is on USA Network. Right now, we've got Alexa going over into the barricades. She goes down. Crotch shot there by Jade, flashing of the guns. Oh my God, no, there's this commercial break again. Looks like another commercial. I think we might be staying with it here at the moment. Okay. Jared said, I'm in the UK. Oh, so you're saying that it's not live on Netflix, but it's still on the Tuesday. I think we're all getting a bit confused here. The point remains that it's going to be shown on the Tuesday on Netflix, whether it's an hour or so out, whatever. And then I believe it gets shown on the Friday in America. So I don't know how pedantic we want to get, but it's going to be shown on Netflix on the Tuesday, and then it's going to be shown on Friday in America. That's my understanding. Daze, who is going to win, PSG or Arsenal, said Harmon. I think it'll be PSG. Cadet said that's how it used to be back in the day. SmackDown was taped and then aired on the Friday, said Cadet. Harmon said, what do we think about Eddie versus Tommy and Willow returns? I don't know what you're asking me. Shot coming in there by Jades. Hello, Sydney. Said, this is my first SmackDown. Well, welcome, buds. Welcome. Right now, Alexa down in the corner. Arsenal's going to win the Champions League, said Daniel. It's my first SmackDown since WrestleMania. Well, I don't know. This was a great one to tune in for. It's a go home. It's good crowds. Jade's charging over. What do we think about Eddie Hall, Tommy Fury, says Harmon. Oh, I don't care. I'm not really interested in those fights. I mean, it's just Eddie Hall. I mean, world's strongest man. I think he had a boxing match, didn't he, against one of the other world's strongest men. But, I mean, I can't imagine that his boxing ability is as good as Tommy Fury's. Don't really care that he's the world's strongest man. His cardio I'd have questions about and all of that. But, yeah, no, I'm not interested. Headlock being applied there by Jades. Robbie said, imagine Izzy trying to do a promo in front of a crowd like this. She struggles to do a promo in front of a couple hundred people at the Performance Centre. Blimey now. Poor girl would be in tears. Push-ups by Jade as Alexa goes into the corner. And we're back from commercial break very soon. Okay, shots coming into the midsection there by Alexa. Jade in the middle of the ring as Alexa goes over against the ropes. Back elbow there by Jade. Alexa goes down. I mean, fair play to this crowd. They're there to have a good time. I mean, they're cheering away. They're booing away. Chop coming in there by Jades. Alexa gets slammed onto the edge of the ring. Jade jumps up, flashes the guns. Right now, she's picking up Alexa. Alexa goes down on her feet. Jade doesn't quite know what to do. She was kind of jittering a little bit there, but she ends up getting drop kicked into the barricades. Alexa down against the ring steps. Jade charges in, tries to deliver a knee as Alexa gets back in. Charlotte getting the crowds to make some noise. Alexa on her knees. Jade coming back in. Kick coming in there by Alexa. Shots coming in by Alexa. Knee coming in by Alexa. Drop kick there by Alexa. Jade goes down. Alexa getting back up to her feet, and the fans are enjoying the fact that Alexa is making a comeback. Double knees to the back. Jade goes down. Alexa crashes into Jade's. One, two, shoulder up by Jades. It's a weird choice for a first match, this, isn't it? I mean, I always think the first match should, like, really set the tone. It's a weird choice to have, like, Jades in that first match. Back elbow there by Alexa. Michin trips over Alexa whilst the ref was distracted. That's going to bring round Charlotte. That's going to bring round Rhea. That means that we got brawling on the outside right now. So they're all fighting, and looks like these women are all going to go back to the locker room. Kick coming in there by Alexa into a DDT. Jade down. I mean, they're not going to have Jade lose, are they? This close to her being in a title match, so I don't really feel like the result is in much doubt. Twisted Bliss, but knees up there by Jade's. Jade has got Alexa in her sights. Big kick. Alexa goes down. That's probably going to set up Jade's. 1, 2, 3. Jade gets the win. Okay, 30 minutes in. Opening segment, opening match. Jade picks up the victory. I can't quite read what that sign says. Something go home. Jade is going under the ring. She's grabbing a chair. Let's get match score, shall we? See what you lot thought about the match as Alexa is down. Jade has grabbed a chair. Picks up Alexa, drives her down onto the chair. No Charlotte, no Rhea. They obviously got took to the back by Michin and B-Fab. Okay, cheer as Rhea and Charlotte come running back down. Jade gets out the ring. Okay, so Jade's with the victory, heading to the back. Rhea and Charlotte come down, but too late. It's so lowest common denominator, isn't it? It's so flat. It's like the least exciting option. Okay. Cody and Sammy and this whole situation. We're just having a look at what went down last week. This is a situation I'm interested in having a look at here. Yeah, so we need an update here on Sammy. Okay, we're backstage with Cody. Here's Sammy. Here we go. This is interesting. Oh, I've got nothing to say. Maybe you should say you're sorry. Sammy says he's a good guy. He feels betrayed. Wow. So this is played largely as we thought it was going to play. Sammy is making it clear, or in his mind, he didn't turn. He's making it very clear that, like, you know, I tried to help you with Gunther and you betrayed me. You capitalized. There's Danhausen. Business guy. Great idea, business guy. I don't even know what he just grabbed. He grabbed a box of something. Danhausen in the background is moving all these items into this room. Miz is having a word. We got an old school TV that's being moved in. Danhausen struggling with that a little bit. It kind of looks a bit like he's setting up another lab again. Is that a microwave? That doesn't look good, does it? Skull and crossbones. That doesn't look good. Well, there we go. Axiom Miz coming up next. Yeah, I feel like there was quite a bit to talk about there. I feel like the Sammy segment is really interesting. It's gone the way that we thought. Sammy has said, I'm a good guy. I tried to help you. You betrayed me in that match and took everything in me to not help you after. But I knew that I had to let you get choked out so that you would learn a lesson. And Cody was like, well, hopefully I can teach you a lesson tonight. So that's gone the way we thought. I'll be interested to see what happens next. Danhausen didn't think he would have his lab because that's a big thing to transport over. Looks like he's trying to put together a new lab or something. He's got all these items. So, I don't know. Looks like we're going to check in with Danhausen later. Big cheer for Danhausen when we saw him. I think the Sammy Cody thing is the best thing we've had on the show so far. That's been the most engaging. That's been the bit I've been like, oh, I want to hear this, you know. That's been the best bit. So I'll be interested to see how we follow up on that. I'll be interested to see what comes next. What comes later with the Sammy Cody situation. I think it is true that there is definitely a feud there. There's definitely a problem there. There's definitely something we need to work out there. And it does feel like they're heading towards a feud. Whether that's coming from Sunday, whether, you know, Sammy gets involved, I'm still leaning towards no. I still feel it's a bit soon. I feel like they're not quite on the same page at the moment, but I don't know that, like, we're at the point where Sammy's gonna cost Cody. I feel like this could burn a little bit longer. So, yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. Do we think that Aldis could be setting up another match between Cody and Sammy at Night of Champions? Yeah, we could do that. Like, they're bickering, they're arguing. It could be that it's like, you need to get this out your system type thing. At some point, we may just pull that trigger on Sammy and just turn him heel. But at the moment, yeah, I think it's a bit more of a slow burn. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. Triple A, shout out to you. Can't imagine watching WWE without you. You're like family now, said Joe. Oh, well, thank you, Triple A. No, I just enjoy watching the show along with you guys, thinking about things, watching how they kind of unfold. I think some of the stuff you lot have brought to the table during the stream has been interesting. It's been some stuff that's really been making me think. Like earlier with, I think, was it Connor that was talking about, could Sammy get involved this weekend? I think it was Bobster talking about what if the Usos turn on both Jacob and Roman. You know, that's the good thing about the streams is, like, there's lots of stuff that comes out the chat that I honestly wouldn't even think about, but you kind of go, okay, yeah, where would that take us? So interesting. I'm quite interested to see where we go with the whole Sammy Cody stuff. That's a thumbs up. Jared said, it's not on Netflix on Tuesday in the UK or the US. The next available episode on Netflix in the UK is the 5th of June, next Friday, says Jared. Okay, Jared, thank you. I officially do not care about SmackDown next week. I don't care. I need to look into it myself because it looks like we've got some conflicting reports with that. So I just need to look into it rather than getting some people telling me it's on this day, some people telling me it's on a different day. I haven't looked. I know that there is a Tuesday date that's coming up, and I know that it's being shown on a Friday. So if some people are telling me it's going to be shown on Netflix on a Tuesday, some people are telling me it's not, I'll just look myself, right? It seems like you lot can't be trusted to give accurate information, so I'll just look myself. But right now, my focus is on this week's SmackDown. So we'll stay focused on this and this weekend. We got The Miz making his way down to the ring. It's going to be Miz against Axiom. This could be good. Axiom is from Spain. Should get a great reaction here. I think, was it last time we were in Spain, we did like Axiom against Gunther? And Axiom got like flipping heroes welcome. Yeah, massive cheer again. Here we go. Here's Axiom. Okay, Nathan Frazier coming out with him as well. Massive cheer. I seem to remember that match being a real banger last time. Okay, Axiom and Nathan making their way down. We got Miz in the ring. Okay, big cheer there for Axiom as he looks out at the crowds. Yeah, Wade Barrett's like, hang on, let me get this right. So Axiom's got himself, he's got Nathan Frazier, and he's got this entire arena backing him up. Apparently Kit Wilson was not allowed entry into Spain because of the massive amount of moisturizer that he was carrying with him. That was quite funny, actually. That was quite funny. So, yeah, Wade Barrett was upset at the fact that we don't have Kit Wilson. Axiom on his feet. Oh, okay. The light just dipped out. That would suggest maybe that Danhausen is making some progress with the new lab that is setting up. This is definitely one that is worth keeping an eye on. Axiom, a very, very skilled wrestler. Just pushed a little bit to the sidelines because he's in that tag division. But here he's going to get a chance to shine. Cartwheel there by the Miz. Axiom in the corner. Miz charging in. Back elbow. Goes up. Arm drag. Miz goes down. Kip up there. Kick coming in. Miz moves out the way. Miz goes back to the corner. Axiom, middle of the ring. Charging over, drop kick there by Axiom. Miz against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Axiom. Okay, Miz goes to the outsides. I love this Axiom gear, said Tyler. It does look good, actually. It looks classy. Miz is saying, no, I've had enough. He's walking away. Nathan Frazier's not going to let him, though. He's going to get back into the ring. I don't mind this match because I get that it's that sort of local hero type match, you know? Like, there is a purpose to this. I understand that, like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean anything. Like, it really doesn't matter who wins. But, yeah, I don't mind it, honestly. I can watch this. Like, the crowds, it's their local guy. They're making plenty of noise. Okay, we're back from commercial break. I can tell you our first match got a good 80 score. So good 80 for our first match. Axiom against the ropes, knee to the midsection. Kick coming in. Miz kind of looking out at the cameras. I think... Have we just gone into a commercial break, have we? I can't keep tabs of if we're in a break, out a break, or where the flip we are. Okay, fans are chanting away for Axiom. The crowd are not as loud as like when we're in France. But they're good. Okay, into a net breaker by the Miz. Miz going for a cover to No Joy. Miz got his hands in the air. Miz thinks he got the 3 there, but he didn't. Okay, right now, Miz in control. Obviously, this is going to allow Axiom to make a comeback. Right, according to Wade, their local guy with Real Madrid as a kid, says David. That was his former name, wasn't it? A Kids. Okay. If anyone's after a Kevin Owens autograph, then there is one in the Wrestle Crate next month, says Blake. Interesting. Big shout out to his hometown, Spain, for Axiom, said Blue Will Sonic. Blue Will Sonic, hello. Crowd cheering for the hometown talent makes it better, said Jojo. Yeah, I like it. This is big for Spain. I mean, Spain haven't had loads of people that have kind of gone on to WWE success, although shockingly, I think Kane was born in Spain. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. Okay, kip up there by Axiom. Forearm shot coming in there by Axiom, and again, over by the ropes. Kip up there by Axiom, grabbing the Miz. Miz gets driven down, going for the cover. 2, shoulder up there by the Miz. Nathan on the outside, banging on the ring. Axiom going to the outsides, climbing up. Miz over in the corner, Axiom rolling through. Miz grabbing Axiom, looking for a skull crushing, couldn't get it. Axiom goes through the legs, spikes Axiom. 1, 2, kick out again there by Axiom. It's okay, this is okay. Nathan on the outside, applauding away, cheering on. Spiked him good, actually, there, the Miz. That was not bad at all. Kicks coming in there by the Miz. We've had about 50-odd minutes. Yeah, some it kicks. Dragon screw. Miz goes down, Axiom. Coming back. Miz on his hands and knees, arms outstretched, pleading no as Axiom is coming over, stomping on the hands, throwing in some kicks. Yeah, that was a lovely kick. To the outside, going up. People are on their feet now. Crowd are absolutely lapping this up. Crossbody there by Axiom. 2, kick out by the Miz. Wow. I tell you, the energy of the crowd is making this really so much better than the actual matches. I mean, the match isn't bad, but everyone's on their feet. They're cheering everything. It feels like a big-time match. Miz in the corner, conducting the crowd, charging over. Collides into Axiom. Axiom goes down. Miz is looking to Springboards. Gets caught. Yeah, nice. It's nice. Into a crossface. He was working on the arm, which was like a Rings of Saturn, but going for a crossface. Off the ropes. Ah. I thought Axiom was going to use that top rope to kind of flip the Miz over, like, you know, use that momentum. He didn't. He couldn't. And he's down right now. Middle of the ring as the Miz goes to the outside. Climbing up. There's a guy in the front row that's got an Axiom sign. Lights flickering again. Yeah, and that's going to provide a momentary distraction. We got a Spanish fly. Got to do a Spanish fly in Spain, haven't you? You got to do a Spanish fly. Bang! 1, 2, 3. Axiom gets it. Crowd absolutely love it. The lights flicker. It provided a distraction. It's that little freak Danhausen. So Joe's saying that there's blackouts happening all over Europe at the moment because of the heat. Wade Barrett's like, it was that little freak Danhausen. I think it was that little freak Danhausen, actually. Okay, we got R-Truth. Oh, he's got a new tag partner. Is it going to be Royce? Okay, well, Damien's going to flipping hate that. Okay, so R-Truth has found a new tag partner, but it's Royce, and we know that Damien and Royce have been having trouble. Oh, actually, that's been quite nice this week, not having much solo. That's been quite nice. Are you scared of the MFTs? Are you afraid of the MFTs? Are you afraid of the MFTs? Okay. Okay, we got Sammy and Candice. You're one of the few people that gets me. That was quite good, actually. Sorry, Candice, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Johnny. That was quite good. Yes. Here's Matt. Okay, so Matt says, things aren't going your way, but they're not going my way either. Okay, so Sammy and Matt are getting heated. Oh, God, come on, Johnny. Snap out of this. Sammy feels disrespected by Matt. And as a result, we're going to get a Matt-Sammy match. Jared said, whoever books Raw, can we get them double to book SmackDown? We do need that. In all fairness, we do need that. SmackDown, I must admit though, this show is the show that I was sort of expecting. Lots of aura farming, just bringing names out so the crowd can cheer. I will give this show a little bit of praise. I mean, we haven't been getting much MFTs because we've been doing a lot of MFT stuff recently where we keep going backstage to MFTs. It's kind of nice actually to not be so focused on them because I just don't think they're very interesting. So it is. I am more interested in this Sammy Cody story. So you know, we've had a few backstage moments with them. That's okay. So the show's fine. It's watchable. I mean, so far we're about an hour in. It's not like I'm going to struggle when I have to watch it again later. But yeah, I mean, I don't think this is one people are necessarily racing home to try and catch. So could SmackDown do a better job? But I don't think they would do worse. Let's put it that way. Benito said, Daze, let's be honest, with your good looks and charming personality, that all checks out. Are we sure that you're not part Italian? Bada bing, bada book. Realest guy in the room. How you doing? I can't cook, so I am definitely not Italian. And I am terrible at making love, so I'm also definitely not French. But I do like to complain. And so I think I'm definitely English. Honestly, I love complaining. I love to queue. And I enjoy crowns and royalty. So I think I'm ticking a lot of English boxes, honestly. So no, I don't think I'm Italian. I think you've got to know how to cook if you're Italian, to be honest. I think it's part of it, isn't it? You've got to get very excited about Parmesan. Do you know what I mean? Parmesan that's got to be something that, you know, I mean, you could spend a good few hours talking about various ingredients, having conversations about what the best tin tomatoes are. That's the kind of stuff I just don't care about. But if you're Italian, spending 2 hours talking to your friends about what's your olive oil of choice, I just don't care. So I think I think I'm definitely English. Daze, you're being modest, said Iron Sentinel. Daze, you do beans on toast, said Pure. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's God's meal. Do you know what I mean? That's the meal of kings. See, you can have your Italians with their lovely Parmesan and their olive oils, pizzas and pastas and lasagna, all of this stuff, yeah? Give me beans on toast with a bit of cheese on top. Jesus Christ. You can put that meal up against anything. And do you know what's funny is people are always down on it, right? I don't know why, but our American friends struggle to sort of understand why it works so well. But then I keep getting recommended all these videos of Americans that come over and try it, and they go, do you know what? I get it now. I get it. And whenever they try it, they're like, okay, yeah, no, I get it. I don't know what there isn't to get. It's amazing. Beans are amazing. Tomato sauce Quite sweet tomato sauce. Lovely. What's to hate about that? Toast. Buttered toast. And then you put it all together with cheese on top. I'll put that meal up against anything in the world. Honestly, the disrespect for beans on toast is unfathomable. Goated meal. We're just having a look at a drone shot here, and we've got a load of people in the square. I don't know what that's for. What's that for? Alexa, backstage with Charlotte. We're back from this commercial break. We got Alexa chants that have broken out. Wrestle Features said, Clash in Spain is a must. The crowd are tremendous. How's she doing? Don't worry about Jade's. I'm going to handle her. Okay, Charlotte says Jade has got a receipt coming. Okay, Damien in the ring. Royce Keys will be making his way out there, apparently defending against the MFTs. I don't mind seeing the MFTs. I don't necessarily need lots of segments from them. Okay, here's Royce Keys. I'd have to substitute for the tomatoes. I'm allergic to them, said IFAL. Daze, you would love jail in America. They have a lot of beans and bread. Yeah, but I don't think your beans in America are the same as our beans. I think this is where part of the problem is like, I think American beans are sort of that sort of refined beans or double cooked, I don't know, whatever you do with them. The brown. I think your beans are like, so I can understand people going, beans, really? Our beans in the tomato sauce is like different. I don't know why, but at least once a month the conversation gets back round to beans on toast. And I'm honestly, it's why I love the community, really. Okay. Good 94 for Axiom Jade. So I think there was an appreciation of the crowd and the energy. Perhaps the match itself didn't blow you away. So Jade Alexa, good 80. Miz Axiom, good 94. We just got a little bit of lag as the MFTs making their way down to the ring. Let's log into there. We need a rating for beans on toasts. Oh, it's a 9 out of 10. I mean, it can vary. I mean, how many bits of toast do you want? What kind of topping are you going to put on? I mean, beans on toast is amazing, but a little bit of cheddar cheese on top. Yeah, I feel you need that. So, it can vary. I mean, some people just have one bit of bread with some beans on. To me, that's just not enough. So, I think 9, but it does depend where you go. Okay, MFTs are making their way down to the ring. If you are just joining us, we've been live for an hour now of SmackDown. Live from Spain, Barcelona. Tag match coming up. This is going to be match number 3. My favourite thing from Greg's. What's your favourite things from Greg's, Dean? You can't beat bangers and mash, said Jared. Yeah, that's up there. Definitely up there. Said future champ. I wouldn't mind trying that. I don't think I've tried it. Okay, it's MFTs against Royce Keys and Damien. MFTs are Tama and Tala. Damien and Royce versus Tala and Tama Solo on the outsides. Shoulder tackle there by Damien. Oh, he goes down. Valhalla in there with Damien starting us off. We need Tacky Time tag team, said Video Watcher, which would be Tiffy and Chelsea. You could get that. You could get that. I don't think Chelsea's going to leave Tiffany alone. And there could be a friendship that gets struck up there. Shot coming in there by Damien. Brian said, I heard you talk about it, so I've ordered beans from the UK. I love beans on toast. USA beans are similar, but they're just more of a side dish at a barbecue. Super sweet. The UK one was lightly tomato. Yeah, Brian, honestly, you're not going to regret that. Make sure that you get a nice bread with it. Lightly toasted. Well, it depends how you like your bread done. I'll go lightly toasted, plenty of butter, beans, cheddar cheese. Amazing. If you don't have it on a regular basis as well, I mean, that's a treat. Beans on toast, I mean, like, it's a simple meal. You know, do you know what I mean? Like, you've been at work all day, you come back, you're hungry, what can I do? Like, you do beans on toast. It's not like a meal that you have on any kind of special occasion or anything, but if you don't have it very often, then yeah, I could imagine that being something quite exciting on a Sunday lunchtime, maybe. Ooh, I quite fancy it now, actually. I could have it right now. Shots coming in. Brit, I just want you to know I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you're actually going to have beans on toast. I haven't had it in about 2 weeks. Bacon butty. Oh, bacon butty. Can't go wrong with that either, can you? Bacon butty. Oh, let's go. There's this place actually in Rotherham. We're at commercial break, by the way. There's a place in Rotherham that they've got these TikTok videos called Corner Kitchen. And they just go, they show you like what they're cooking. They'll put 3 rashers of bacon on. Then they'll put on 3 sausages. Then they'll get some fried bread and dip it in like tinned tomatoes. So it's got like tangy tomato on it. They'll put that in the middle. Then they'll put some black pudding in. Then they'll get a couple of eggs on. Like it's like they're proper, like when they close it, push it down and cut it. Show you the cross. Oh my God. There's sausage, there's black pudding, there's egg, there's tomato, there's a bit of fried bread in there. Sometimes they put fried spam in there, which I can't say I've ever tried, but they say it's great. But they're like all this like breakfast food, put it all onto a big sandwich, and they show you. It's called Corner Kitchen, and all they do is like food porn. Oh, it's good, man. It's good. That's how I spend my spare time. I do wrestling live streams, and in my spare time, I just watch people cook breakfast sandwiches. And I go, yeah, oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Put some beans on it, yeah. Put some beans on. What are you going to do with that yolk? Are you going to break it, or are you just going to leave it? You're going to leave it? Oh, you dirty. That's dirty. Are you going to put some black pudding on? Oh, yeah. So I do that for about 7 hours, and then what I do is start streaming wrestling, and that's pretty much my life. Actually, that's pretty much all I do. It's a good life, no complaints. Tama over the top comes crashing down onto Royce. We're at commercial break. There we go. New poster. Made in America. Learn about the history of WWE spanning 5 decades. I've got a horrible feeling that they're not going to dwell much. Spanning 5 decades. 80s, 90s, 2000s, 10s and 20s. They're not going to touch on the 60s and the 70s, which is what I really want them to look at. I think they're just going to start at the 80s, when Vince takes over, basically. Spans 5. I wonder if they'll mention Vince. How are you going to do this without mentioning Vince McMahon? 5 decades with this special event premieres tonight on USA Network after SmackDown. I won't have access to this. I won't be able to watch this, but I'm sure it'll pop up somewhere. But yeah, it looks pretty good. That Made in America, the history of WWE. I'm sure it's all stuff that we're going to know, but I'd still like to watch it. Okay, we're at commercial break, but we're about to come back from the commercial break. As Royce Keys is in there with Tala. I've had an interesting life as a pro wrestling announcer for many years, dear friends. RG Bigaboo, shout out to you. Benito said, Daze, I had some Haribo with some Chinese foods and protein milkshakes. No. How about you having some Italian food this Sunday? Well, I don't really eat during streams, do I? If ever I eat during streams, it's normally just a bit of Haribo to keep my energy up or something, but I don't even really do that. To be honest, I tend to have more of these kind of caffeine pill things, so... Yeah, I don't really need anything. But after, I'll have dinner. I suppose it could be Italian themed. Okay, Damien's in. Throwing in some shots. We're back from commercial break. Match had slowed down, but it's picking up a bit now. Shot coming in. Hot tag there to Damien. So, shots coming in. Damien against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Damien. Big boot there by Damien. Okay, nice work there by Damien. Goes for a big right hand. Tala in the corner. Damien. Back elbow. Back elbow again. Damien colliding into both of the MFTs. Oh, from behind is Tama. Tama attacking Damien from behind. Damien, though, drives him down. 1, 2. Save made there by Tala. Royce Keys comes in. Crowd are cheering away. Here's Solo. Solo with a Samoan spike. Damien goes down. Here's R-Truth. Time for some shenanigans. R-Truth coming down, dealing with Solo. Oh, and this is where the injury now is. Okay, Tama from behind takes down Royce Keys. R-Truth came down, but he's injured. Tala with Damien. Chokeslam. Down he goes. Tala. 1, 2. And it's a win for the MFTs. Well, there we go. MFTs pick up the victory. I don't believe the tag belts were on the line, but... Okay. Daze, who is on the Mount Rushmore of European wrestlers? Let me think. I'm sorry that happened. We know who's doing this. There's Danhausen. He's set up a new lab. Nicole, this wants to... Okay, it was going to have a little peep. Okay, European wrestlers. I mean, we could obviously go like William Regal and we could go Davey Boy and all of those, but I think if you want to talk about like people that had like real influence, Billy Robinson is someone that like trained so many wrestlers. Like, not only was he a great wrestler himself, one of the most respected wrestlers, someone that's seen as like a legitimate badass and you know, was well respected, but he actually went on to train a load of people as well. So I think Billy Robinson actually trained the likes of Shayna Baszler and did a lot of work with MMA people, but because he's a proper shoot wrestler. So I think Billy Robinson is always someone I've held in very, very high esteem. I think it's really hard to not include Andre the Giant because of the impact he had. I mean, it's easy to forget that he's from France, but Billy Robinson from England. I think Andre I would include from France. I got to give a shout to George Hackenschmidt from Russia, because he's regarded as one of the first world champions, and I think like his matches in London were popularizing wrestling in the UK, played a big part in popularizing wrestling in the UK, but also, you know, the matches he has with Frank Gotch over in America in the early 1900s are regarded as like some of the first big mega superstar type matches. So I think, like, again, it's easy to forget about these names and not mention these names, but I really do think they deserve their flowers. So, like, Hackenschmidt is someone that I'm constantly trying to learn more about. He actually wrestled in London quite a bit on Oxford Street, and where he used to wrestle, it's a Top Shop now. And I keep meaning to go to that Top Shop, because I just think it'd be so cool to pop in and think, well, Hackenschmidt used to wrestle here, like back in, and there was footage found of him wrestling as well, because I mean, he was wrestling in the early 1900s. But yeah, I've got a soft spot for him. I find it very interesting learning about the 1800s when it was all in the carnivals and everything, and about how it kind of came out of the carnivals and where it was being performed and who were the big stars, and legitimately, like, Hackenschmidt called himself the world champion. He went to America and he beat a guy that thought he was the world champion, and so really Hackenschmidt cements himself as being like the first ever proper world champion. It is disputed because so many people called themselves the world champion that just because two of the people that called themselves world champions fought, it's kind of hard to know, you know, who was the real world champion. But a lot of people look at Hackenschmidt and say it was him, and that his match with Frank Gotch in Chicago 1909 is like a really important moment in the evolution of wrestling. I just don't think you can talk about European wrestlers without including him. There's a statue of him as well that you can go and visit. I don't think you can talk about it without talking about Andre. Billy Robinson, I think, super, super influential. And then, honestly, you could put in someone like Regal. You could put someone in like Davey Boy. I think either of those, you know, if you want a more recent, more popular entry, I think you could go with one of those. But, yeah, I mean, there's loads of others as well that you could include from, like, the territories. I mean, you could go someone like Adrian Street, who was, I think, Welsh, and the impact he had. Adams, of course, you could go. So, yeah, there's a few, but, like, I'd want to raise up Hackenschmidt. I'd want to raise up Billy Robinson. We were at commercial break for that, by the way, so we haven't missed anything. Got horrible lag with Netflix that's only just hit. Right now, we've just got Jacob. Just showing one of our main events for this weekend. The Bruno disrespect. Oh, yes, Bruno, of course, you're right. Italy, of course. There we go. Okay, so we've got a Jacob Roman video package. It seems like the only way Axiom's going to get booked on SmackDown is if they go to Spain. I guess we'll see him 1 year later. Cherish the moments. Well, I don't know. I really like Fraxium. I hope that the tag division gets going, you know? I hope that that finds its footing. And they can actually start using Fraxium as a proper team because their matches are so good. I mean, they were legit regarded as one of the best tag teams in the world. And the fact that now they can't even get TV time is, like, really frustrating. Just add it to the reasons why we hate SmackDown. 30 minutes left of SmackDown. No, we got an hour and a half. It's 3 hours, isn't it? Peter, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Connor said, take that WWE Women's United States Championship off boring Tiffany. Okay, we're just getting this video package, looking at Jacob and Roman. The show has had a very go-home show feel to it, to be honest. Backlash. Okay, Tribal Combat, of course, goes down this weekend. I'm gonna domesticate you. It's a long video package, this. Okay, there we go. So we're locked in. Jacob Roman. Could WWE bring their show to South Africa? They could do. Yeah, I mean, they are looking to expand globally, but you know, they're having to weigh up like how much money they think they'll make and what the upsides of that would be. You know, they want to go places where they can sell tickets and make decent money. Europe's obviously quite good for that. I don't know about South Africa. I don't know what kind of ticket prices they'd be able to charge. I think there'd be a good crowd that would come out for them. I don't think, like, attendance would be a problem, but I don't know how much would they be making from those shows. Is it more profitable for them to go to a different country? It's the same reason why I don't think they go to India all that much. Again, you know, what's the kind of average ticket price that they could charge, and what kind of crowd would they get, and would the tour be financially worth it as opposed to going to Europe or Australia, or maybe doing something in Asia? So I think these are the barriers, but yeah, I mean, they should, because it's still the fan base, isn't it? It's still something that you could grow. It's quite short-sighted to go, oh, we're not going to go there because we can't charge too much for tickets or whatever. If you go there and improve your standing in that country, could you, you know, start to go on a more regular basis, charge a bit more? Can you grow it? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've got Tiffany and we've got Chelsea. Okay. Okay, so Tiffany's not interested in getting any help from Chelsea. She's kind of shunned her. Fans are singing along to Sammy's entrance theme as Sammy is now making his way out. Tiffy time is boring now. Wasn't she better as a heel, said Jojo. Yeah, I mean, Tiffany's not someone that I've ever massively connected with. I think she had a nice run. She was doing okay when she first came up, but I think we just sort of, I don't know, I think we sort of saw everything that she could do, and it's just getting a bit repetitive. Ride or die in full force. It's interesting because it sounded like they were booing him. But, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're, like, booing him now that he's out there. Okay, commercial break again. I don't know why. The show's just, the pace of the show is really slow. Adverts seem to be a bit more of a factor than usual. I'm not sure. But, yeah, back to commercial break as Sami Zayn makes his way down to the ring. Tiffany has definitely hit a ceiling. Blake should win the title in London, said Robbie. Video Watcher said, why did Tiffany stop doing the corkscrew Vader bomb off the middle rope? She spoke about that in a recent interview, talking about why she changed that. I can't remember what she said. I don't know if it was like risk of injury. I think she said that she was struggling to land it and she wasn't rotating enough, and so she kept falling awkwards. So to avoid injury, she stopped doing it. I think it was that. She actually spoke about it in a recent interview. Mackenzie said, would Tiffy work better as a heel like Liv? I think she would. Because I think if you're a heel, it doesn't matter if you don't like their work. It doesn't matter if you find them cool or not. So for me, I think Tiffany does work better as a heel, where she's not trying to be liked. I think when she was in NXT, she was a heel, and she was a good heel because she was all about herself. She was that sort of mean girl, you know, only cared about going shopping. They were leaning into a daddy's princess thing at first when she was in NXT. They don't really do that now. But it was like, you know, daddy's girl type thing. She was a heel down there. And, you know, the thing is, if you're a heel and you can do some of the impressive gymnastics that Tiffany can do, you can win the crowd round to your, you know, to you. And, you know, she started to get crowd support. I can't remember exactly when we turned her face, but obviously she did go face, and that was okay. I mean, it felt organic, and it was definitely worth trying. But, yeah, I think it's probably better to put her back to being a heel, where she doesn't need to try so hard to get people to like her. I think it's easier as a heel. It's easy to get heat. It's easy to get people to boo. It's easier to be booed than it is to be cheered. I kind of feel like in this world, it's quite easy to be hated. It's a lot harder to be loved. So, yeah, I think there is definitely something to her going heel, but I don't know. It's something they need to decide, isn't it? I'm quite interested to see what we do with Chelsea and Tiffany and see where that goes. Booker T defends Sol Ruka after the backlash over recent botches. I'll have to have a look at that at some point. Little article that's just dropped. Daze, I'm curious about SmackDown. The brand doesn't have an identity. I'm tuning in and it feels like there's backstage interactions, matches, and that it's nothing burger promos. Well, I think this week is a little different because I think this week is the show. I'm basically getting the show I expected so far. So I would say that I wouldn't really judge all of SmackDown by what you're seeing tonight. I think what you're seeing tonight is WWE pandering to hot crowds, just big entrances, not really moving the story forward much. But to be honest, I don't think you massively can when we're so close to the PLE. I mean, this is a go-home show in every sense. So, you know, we're locked in for Sunday. We're just kind of putting final touches in. I mean, that was our open, wasn't it, with Jades and Rhea, and, you know, that's how we opened the show. We just did a long video package for Roman and that situation. We obviously have still got to do the Cody Gunther thing. I'm guessing that'll end the show. We had a segment where we brought out Axiom so he can get a pop. We had the MFTs on the show against Damien. We had Damien team with R-Truth, which obviously we know they're not on the same page, so we put them in a match together. Can they coexist? I mean, that's a classic, isn't it? Can they coexist? So, to be honest, this is the show I was sort of expecting. I wouldn't necessarily judge SmackDown by this, but we know that SmackDown hasn't really been much better than this anyway. But, yeah, I think this is kind of a typical European go-home type episode. Sammy in the ring then. Sammy is going to be in action against Matt Cardona as we move into the second stage of this episode. Sammy against Matt Cardona. So we are just past the halfway point right now as Matt Cardona gets an entrance. He's not getting a jobber's entrance or anything. He's getting a proper entrance. He's making his way down to the ring. Crowd are making noise. It's more a polite applause. Sammy in the ring then as Matt makes his way down. Okay. Daze, apparently it's official. Cody Gunther for the championship will open up Clash in Italy on Sunday. Connor, thank you. Carr said, sorry for talking about AAA. It's fine. Lots of people are probably going to watch it tomorrow. Yeah. Do we think Nakamura should go to Mexico? Not particularly. Can do. I mean, we're not really doing much with him. He has just been involved in a little summit with Tama. That might be done now, though, because it seems like Tama has made his choice. But, I don't know. I think when I think of AAA, I think quite fast-paced action, high-flying, really exciting. It's not really what I think of when I think of Shinsuke. Shinsuke, at this stage in his career, works at a slightly slower pace. I think his more impact moves, the Kinshasa, kind of sliding under that bottom rope into a German suplex. And I don't know. I mean, you can put him there, but I think there's more exciting options. Okay, right now, Sammy. Leapfrog. Joe's just arguing about Sammy and the fact that Sammy left Cody to teach him a lesson. That's what Sammy was saying. Okay, we do have dueling chants. Matt Cardona, Sami Zayn. Matt Cardona, Sami Zayn. I don't know if that's about Matt or if that's more about Sammy. Is it just people choosing whether to cheer for Sammy or not? Over the top goes Sammy. Sammy goes to the outside. Jared said, would we be interested in Blake, Tiffany and Chelsea forming a faction for a little bit? I suppose I wouldn't be against it. I suppose my concern would be that we got Fatal Influence. And if you're going to do a faction of those three women, it would strike me as a heel faction. I don't know that you're going to do Blake as a babyface. Chelsea, I suppose, can go either way. Tiffany at the moment is a babyface. I would guess that we'd be making them heel. Maybe if they're going to be all baby faces to take on Fatal Influence, you could do something. So, yeah, I'm not down on it. If you make them baby faces and they feud with Fatal Influence, I can vibe with that. Actually, JC against Tiffany for the mid-card belt, I can definitely vibe with that as well. So it could be something to that, yeah. But I don't know if you want to do that with Blake. Make her a face. You might have to find someone other than Blake. It seems like Blake's very much a heel on the main roster. Yeah, she was a heel down in NXT as well. She came in as a face at first. Drop kick there. Missile drop kick by Matt. Matt with his arms outstretched in the middle of the ring, enjoying himself as we're about to go to commercial break. Right. Do we think Matt Cardona will face Rey Fenix in the future? Yeah, he could do. There's no reason why their paths can't cross. I hope Sammy wins against Matt, says Connor. David is woo-wooing. Matt Pete said the Danhausen backstage segment was fun. The Sammy backstage segment was decent. Royce Damien stuff is building. Sammy on the outsides. Bring back the 4 horsewomen, said Dag. Jared said, no, I meant the 3 of them as heels, not faces. I don't think there's a place for them then, because on SmackDown you got Fatal Influence. So that's your kind of heel group. I don't know that we need another 3 women to be heels on SmackDown. Whether you could move them over to Raw, but then over on Raw you've got the Judgment Day girls. And I don't know that we need 2 groups of 3 on SmackDown. Don't forget, SmackDown's about to go to 2 hours soon as well. As soon as we get, I think June is the last month of it being 3 hours. It'll then go down to 2 hours. So I would make them babyface and have them go against Fatal Influence. That makes sense to me. But actually creating another heel women's faction, no, I wouldn't do it. Jackal said, do we miss ice-tipped Zack Ryder or do we like beard Matt Cardona? I'm not a fan of either. Without being like, I'm not being moody, I just don't care for Matt Cardona. I didn't care for him when he was Zack Ryder. The only time I liked him was when he was doing Long Island IC, and that was, I don't even know, 2014. His time at the end was, I can't even remember what he was doing. I remember him being a hype bro. And I think he might have had a little run in the tag division with, was it Kurt Hawkins? I mean, he wins the IC belt for like 24 hours at WrestleMania 31. No? Was it 31 or 32? But, I mean, that's going back 10 odd years ago as well. So, I don't know. When he was in WWE towards the end, we weren't doing anything exciting with him. I feel like I think he was quite interesting, quite hot for a period, and then really cooled and became like an enhancement talent. And then, you know, he went to the Indies, and I mean, the good thing is if you're a WWE guy on the Indies, someone that was used on a regular basis, you know, and for as long as what Matt was, I mean, don't forget he was an edgehead and everything, so they did stuff with him. So I think like you're a name on the Indies then. And I think those that were going to the shows like were quite excited about seeing him. But honestly, since he came back, no one really cares. So my favourite version of him is when he was doing Long Island IC, but as we said, we're very removed from that. And I don't find myself getting excited for his work this day and age. He's enjoying a good spell here, though. Did we see that so-called NWO report of what would have been? Yeah, I don't know. I saw people talk about it. I don't know where it's come from or how much truth there is to it. Or Powerbomb there to Sammy. Sammy kicks out. It was like Cesaro, Sheamus, and Lars Sullivan, wasn't it? I mean, I can't say that they wouldn't do it. They may have done it. But, yeah, I can't say that I feel like I missed out by not getting it. Okay, we've still got Sami Zayn, Matt Cardona dueling chants. Sammy picking up Matt. Matt going into a net breaker. Crowds continuing to make some noise. So far, the show scores, or match scores, good 80, good 94, good 89. Shoulder up there by Matt. Matt down. Sammy down. We are moving our way towards the final hour. Still got a little bit to go. Sammy trying to get the crowd to make some noise. Sammy looking out at the crowds. Charging over. Matt. Rough Rider by Matt as Sammy gets his foot on the rope. Okay. I don't know what they're chanting. Sammy in the corner. Matt picking up Sammy. Again, the fans contributing. Daze, if Piper ever came back, do we think she would turn on Chelsea? They could do that, yeah. I mean, they could put them back together for a little bit and then have her turn. But yeah, at the moment, we don't even know if she's going to make it back, of course. So I'd imagine that they would be, you know, Chelsea would be pleased to see Piper and they might run with them together for a bit. But Piper could easily be like, you never called me, you know. Exploder into the corner goes Zack Ryder. Sammy goes over the other side. There we go. Haluva connects. Matt goes down. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'll say that match was maybe a touch better than what I was expecting. Probably helped by the crowds. Sammy picks up the win. Fans are singing his song. Da 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 da. Okay, the fans are in fine voice, actually. The fans are making some noise here for Sammy. Little cheer for Sammy as well, which we really have not been hearing. Dueling chants with, you know, Matt Cardona, Sami Zayn. Oh, I think that is the kids. I think behind Wade, we do have that kid from Belgium. Thank you, Cena. I will take over from you. I'm Cena, kids. So, there we go. It is just behind Wade's. It is that kids. Okay, now we're just going to King and Queen of the Ring stuff. Okay, we're just seeing back into the history of King and Queen of the Ring. Oh, that was great. King Booker! King Booker was great. Oh, so the opportunity is at SummerSlam. I don't think they specified that before, actually. Raw and SmackDown. Oh, the final's going to be at Night of Champions. Right. So it looks like it's going to be. So it looks like the winner is going to get their title shot at SummerSlam. And I think if I heard right, the finals are going to be at Night of Champions. So it doesn't look like King and Queen of the Ring is going to be the name of the PLE. Okay, they're talking about the show that's coming up later on USA. Tonight. Okay. We're getting a taste of that documentary. There we go. WWE Made in America. Right. Did they start SmackDown already? Yes. So SmackDown is live in Spain. And we have got about just over an hour and 10 minutes left. John said, I hope that Sammy helps Gunther finish his story / beat Cody. Jackal said wrestling was America in the 80s. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? But Connor said, what are the matches? Do we have any little bit of lag? We're hitting a bit of lag. Momentary lag. Okay. Should be okay. Refresh. Boom. Kit Wilson has said, I'm sorry. To everyone at Friday Night SmackDown in Barcelona tonight and the WWE Universe watching at home, I want to apologise for not being there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it back to Europe due to multiple travel complications and issues at the airport. I'm absolutely gutted. This is the first time I've ever missed a show. At this point, it honestly feels like I'm cursed and everything is falling apart. I'd also like to apologise to my mentor, The Miz, for letting him down. It won't happen again. P.S. To the dirt sheets, leave me alone. Stop the articles. Yes, I had over 100 millilitres of moisturisers and creams in my bag, but Kit has got to look good. So there we go. We've heard from Kit Wilson as to why he was not at SmackDown today. We just saw Little Yachty. Little Yachty is still around with Trick Williams. We are back from commercial. Okay. Jared said, Daze, but even with a loud crowd, this show has been garbage, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I think the crowd have helped, but I agree. I don't think the crowd can, you know, it's not like the show is going to be a great show or a horrific show just solely based on the crowd. I think it's been a very, very good crowd, but there's not been loads here for us watching at home to keep it civilized. Oh, here's Gunther. Here's Gunther. You think I'm an animal? I'll be civilized. I'll attack Cody, but I'll do it verbally, says Gunther. If we ever come back to Spain, maybe we should go to Madrid next time. Just to get a bit more heat. Just get a little bit more heat. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Okay, Trick Williams then. Getting loud. Whoop that trick chance. Whoop that trick. Williams said, should I put on Daisy Dukes? Pfft. Like you're not wearing them anyway. Okay. Loud work that trick chance. Daze, I think Oba should feud with Rusev. That could be a bridge to the main event. Would be a great bridge to the main event, said Reese. Reese, shout out to you. Daze, if you're Matt Cardona and you're regularly on TV getting paid well and traveling with your wife, working your dream job and having competitive matches, I guess you got to take that dub regardless of eating L's. That's definitely how he'll look at it. I mean, you're never going to be satisfied because you're always going to want better, always going to want more, aren't you? But yes, absolutely. You know, his career will end and he will look back on traveling the world, making loads of money. I mean, absolutely, you take the dubs. Okay, Trick is in the ring with Little Yachty then. Let's see what he has got to say. They're ruining... I wonder when the small boatman will go. Small boatman. Little Yachty. Small boatman. Nice. I'm the man with the money. I'm the man with the connections. I make it all happen. Shut up. You don't do nothing but ride Trick's coattails. That's the truth. Trick would be over like crazy, winning belts and doing whatever without Little Yachty there. Okay, Trick takes the mic. I'm the man that's been holding down the brand for some time, says Trick. As the fans start olaying. Trick dancing away. He took out The Miz. He took out... Apparently they had a banger, you know, at one of the shows. Okay. He's got his sights set on King of the Ring. I could see that. I could see that. He'd look great, wouldn't he, with that crown? King Williams. Okay, Carmelo's coming out. Yeah, apparently Carmelo and Trick had a real great match at Liverpool. Carmelo making his way out. Lindsay made the pinata of El Grande. Oh, did he? And he made the costume for Minihausen, says Carl. I wonder if he used to make the pinatas for Lucha House Party then? If he's got pinata making skills. Mellow chants from the crowds. You're saying King of the Ring? Oh, I quite like that from Carmelo. King of the microphone, yeah. King of the entrance, yeah. King of the ring. That's grown folk stuff and you too little. And that's all it's gonna be. Yeah, come. Okay, that's good. Snappy. Don't hate that at all. Okay. Mellow chance have actually stopped Trick's promo. Trick was saying if you could grow an inch for every time you made an excuse. I think that was going to be a good line. Yeah, good. Really good. I like that. I like how Trick went to say a line, the crowd interrupted him. It was meant to be a really good line that was going to land. If you could only grow an inch for every time you made an excuse, you'd be well ever tall, right? And because the crowd interrupted him, he had to go back to the line, and Carmelo went, you've already said that. And it just shot that line down. It took the legs away from that line, which Trick would not appreciate in the moment, but I kind of like the fact that Carmelo's making Trick work a little bit there. Okay, you had one good line and the crowd stepped on it. What else you got? Okay, Ricky's come down, by the way. It's a very interesting mid-card title scene, actually, with Trick, Carmelo, Ricky. You look like a damn bobblehead. Let me give you some champion advice. Shut the hell up. Gee, Siamese twins. Does he know what Siamese twins are? Did he mean identical twins? You're a one-trick pony, says Ricky. Whoa, I tell you what, man. That back slap. He seems to put a fair bit behind it, doesn't he? When he throws that back slap, it's got a bit of something there. He's done that for a little while now, and it always looks quite good when he lands it. This is going to lead us to Ricky against Carmelo, which could easily be match of the night. I do sort of like the mid-card title picture. I'm interested in all the guys involved. I think some of the verbals in there were quite interesting. Found it to be pretty engaging. Yeah, didn't hate that. Didn't hate that. You should bring the GIFs appearing after super chats, like the one where Daze falls for the mega thumbs up one. I missed those, said Benito. Oh, Benito, that was flipping years and years and years ago. Connor said, I won't mind if it's probably going to be Oba Trick King of the Ring final. Yeah, I think Trick going into that is quite interesting. Yeah, I think there's a few interesting little bits that came out of that segment. It's going to lead us into what we said could be match of the night, as we're now into the final hour. Into the final hour. Let's move that to there. Daze, do you think Fanny wants a photo of me? I can't speak for Fanny. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the person you need to contact is Triple T. He's the one that's got access to Fanny. I don't have any access to Fanny. And that's breaking news. It should be very interesting with all these guys involved, said Dean. That was awesome, said Mr. Disney Guy. Carmelo against Ricky. That is coming up next. The crowd are loving Carmelo, said Big Migs. I think Daze is one stream away from a mental breakdown, said William. I think I'm probably a couple of streams past a mental breakdown. I think I'm in the post-mental breakdown stage. Carmelo versus Ricky coming up after the break. I hope King and Queen of the Ring will be good, said Dean. Yep, same. This is where the Euro crowd suck, said Mayor Pete. They care more about their chanting sometimes than interrupting people that are trying to cut promos. Can't wait for Days to restream later. Yeah, that is true. We are doing the breakdown. I'm going to do the breakdown after this episode because it's just good to get it done. So as soon as we're done with SmackDown, we'll go into the breakdown. I'll have to sort of make the thumbnail fairly generic and the title fairly generic. But yeah, I'll get that done. And then we're back in our usual time. We'll be doing 2 hours before later. I think it's good to do that couple of hours before still, because even though we can't really talk about what happened on SmackDown, because a lot of people won't have seen it yet, there's still lots of people that are going to want to have conversations about Clash in Italy, or maybe some rumours and things that have dropped today. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I will be going away as soon as this SmackDown stream is done to do the breakdown. But then I'm back not long after that. I want to try and see if I can quickly grab something to eat, actually. I don't know that I'll have time. Carmelo going for a standing drop kick there on Ricky as Ricky goes to the outsides. Oh no, Ricky goes over in the corner, actually. I thought he'd rolled under the bottom rope, but he had actually rolled to the corner. Carmelo. Nice. This could be the best match. We do need to dial in for this. This could quite comfortably be the best match. Carmelo going against the ropes, but Ricky in, clothesline. Melo goes down. Shots coming in there by Ricky. Ricky unloading. Crowd booing. Days, I feel like Trick Mello would be each other's greatest rivals and soulmates. I could see them wrestling each other for years to come. We need WWE to get fully behind Mello because fighting a battle. I think they like Mello. I think he's getting some good support. I mean, to be honest, look at when Sammy was kind of out there with Trick. You know, I mean, the crowd were just all over Sammy. They love Trick. But, like, Mello can go out there and get fans chanting Mello. Like, he's managed to, like, connect with the audiences. Thanks to his great in-ring work, those open challenges were so good for him. Chop coming in there by Mello. So, yeah, I think we're in a good spot with Mello. We're in a good spot with Trick. Ricky has only just arrived. He's getting regular TV time. Regular matches as well for Mello. Mello in the ring then. Gesturing to the crowds. Going over and getting Ricky. There's a forearm shot coming in. Hannah said, my predictions for Italy. Jade wins. Brock squashes Oba. Cody taps Gunther out. Becky wins after a soul botch. Julia shoot promo to start her push. Enzo Cass tease vignette. And Fatu wins it all, says Hannah. Hannah with some big predictions. Carmelo, middle rope. Goetz bundled to the outsides. Dean said, could we see a triple threat for the United States? It does feel like it's kind of heading that way. So I'd say it's definitely on the table. Right now we got Mello being thrown into that barricade again. Are we going to do Carmelo, Ricky again, just like last week, said Blue Horse on it? Yes. But hopefully, like, this can be, like, a really good match. I mean, so far, the match quality on this show is just not where it needs to be. I must admit, I'm quite happy to sit and watch these two battling against each other. So far, we've the highest rated match so far is good 94. So the in-ring has just not been there tonight, according to you guys. This has a chance to sort of do something a little bit for us in-ring wise. But as you say, it's not doing much in regards to moving anything forward. Right, anytime we've got Cody after the attack from Gunther, have we still got Cody? Yeah. Snar Attack said, not a lot of botches tonight. Blake said, I've been enjoying it. Jojo said, it screams go home show, but with a hot crowd. And a lot of promo stuff. We got Ricky walking on the top rope. Matt Obama said, such a mom thing for me to say, but I'm living off caffeine right now. Oh, well, I live off caffeine every day. So I must be like a super mom. Okay, we're at commercial break. Tony said it's Smack Snore. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be a hard watch later. There's nothing here that's offensive. There's not really much here at all. I can't say it's going to be a thrilling watch later, but yeah, I'll be fine. We'll just chat with the community and, you know. It'll be interesting to see how they score it, actually. Okay, he's trying to get back into this. Got just over a minute to go. Connor said, would you like to see Chelsea win the women's Money in the Bank? I would not be against that. That would be fine. I don't know that I'd be necessarily campaigning for it, but she's someone that I'd be fine with seeing win it. I think that's probably the best way of getting her to a world title. If anyone's going to take that shortcut, come running down with a briefcase, you can see it being Chelsea. Carl said, my predictions for the Noche show is Rey Fenix wins, War Raiders win, Vikingo wins, and El Grande wins. Yeah, we got that show tomorrow. Okay, right now we got Ricky slapping Carmelo in the back of the head. They're slapping each other now. We got a couple of slappers. Nice suplex there by Ricky. Carmelo down. Ricky in control. Ricky doing a little strut as the crowds are making some noise. Okay, word on the street is Sol Ruka will be at Saturday night's main event. So, apparently a little bit banged up after Clash in Italy. So, she will be in Italy on Sunday. She was a bit banged up after Saturday night's main event. Okay, right now, both in the top. Carmelo. Going up and frog splash. Knees up there by Ricky. Knees up by Ricky. Oh, lovely. That was nice. Northern Lights. Yeah, so Ricky getting the knees up. Bang. Northern Lights by Ricky. Ooh, Ricky was trying to go off the ropes there. Carmelo ended up rolling him up. Mello in the corner. Big kicks coming in there by Mello. Ah, that's great, isn't it? That is great. Jumps off the corner, grabs the head, somehow manages to sort of change direction, which I don't quite understand, unless he like stops and then leans back. But he's kind of jumps off the corner, grabs the head, and then is able to turn it into a DDT. But done quite quickly, looked quite smooth. Definitely some nice moments in this match. Fans applauding away. Forearm shot coming in there by Carmelo and shot coming back. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Mello with another forearm shot. Oh, duck underneath. Ah! Mello with Ricky over the other side. Middle rope. Oh, God. Do you know, even when Mello looks like he's about to botch, he still just sort of saves it somehow. He jumped on the rope and, like, there was a moment where it looked like he wasn't quite in control, but he was able to still use the momentum to sort of fire his way back out again. Lands on the feet, roll over there by Ricky, chop underneath, Carmelo round the hat. Lovely takedown, that's great. 1, 2, shoulder up by Ricky. Yeah, some of the action here is really good. Yeah, good. Daze El Grande. If El Grande is the top babyface in AAA, why is he not the mega champion, said James. Well, he's been caught up, hasn't he, with a story at the moment with the other El Grande. So, I mean, he's not been free to kind of go after the belt. If he can get past Chad's, I mean, the future for him could be the mega championship. But, I mean, he's been kind of caught up with Chad for, you know, months. Top rope pulled down. Ricky to the outsides. Here's Carmelo. Going against the ropes over the top to the outside. Lands on Ricky. Ricky goes down. He grabs Mello. Throws him into the crowds. Mello. I kind of like that camera shot, actually. We stayed with the one shot, which I liked. Into the ring, step 10. It's a double count out. It's a double count out. I like how Ricky hurls Mello into the crowds. we stay with the one shot. You can see Mello get onto the barricade and then launch himself at Ricky. But whilst all this is happening, it's a count out. But yeah, I mean, honestly, not bad. I think it is the best match so far. I think the finish is probably going to knock the score down a touch. But let's have a look, see what people thought. We got about 45 minutes left of this episode. Right now, we got Ricky. He's got Carmelo up on his shoulders. These two battling away, but Mello in the ring. Getting the high ground. Ricky on the outsides. Okay. Bum, bum. Okay, so we're talking about the Brock match. Yeah, they do keep saying the greatest rematch in history. It seems very lazy. Seems very lazy calling it the greatest rematch in history. Is Randy going to interfere in the segment tonight with Cody Gunther? I don't think so. I don't think we want to distract from... I don't think we want to distract from this weekend. If he's getting involved, if he's travelled over to Europe and he's going to get involved, I've got to think that he's going to be getting involved this Sunday rather than tonight. Okay, we've got just a video package right now for Brock and Oba. Daze, what is the greatest rematch in history? Maybe Austin Rock at 17. It's a good question, that is, actually. Because when they talk about... I don't know if they're talking about greatest or biggest. But the one that always comes to my mind is Hulk and Andre because of the fact they broke that TV record. So I always think about them at the main event. And, I mean, this ain't that level. I mean, it's not going to be, from a TV rating point of view, interest point of view, it ain't as big as Hogan Andre. And as you said, from a kind of in-ring point of view, like from actually enjoying the match, it ain't going to be as good as Rock Austin or Shawn Undertaker. I mean... Shawn Undertaker at 25 is obviously a rematch because that match has happened before a few times. I mean, they did it at Rumble. They did it at the first Hell in a Cell. So, and if you don't class that as a rematch because they faced a few times before, I think we can agree WrestleMania 26 is a rematch because it definitely 26 connects to 25. So quite a lot of matches are rematches if you take into account that the wrestlers have met before at some point, you know. So you can make an argument that Shawn Undertaker was a rematch. Even if you don't count 25, you can take 26. You can do the same with Triple H and his Undertaker matches. I mean, Cena, AJ Styles, how amazing their Rumble match was, which followed on from, you know, the match the year before. So there's a lot of like amazing matches that, you know, involve wrestlers that have kind of met before. They do keep going with this being like one of the great rematches. I just think that's quite lazy. Okay, we've got Lash, we've got Nia, we've got Tiffany. tonight. Okay, so Chelsea, Nia. Okay. So that's coming up next. Chelsea, Nia next. And they were just letting Tiffany know that they'll be coming for that belt soon. Okay, we just got a little ad thing for SummerSlam. It looks like we've got a tour coming up as well. European tour. Tickets on sale. Do we think Rey Fenix, Laredo, 2 meetings they've had are the best matches so far since you started watching Triple A? I think they're in the conversation. I really enjoyed Vikingo, Mini Vikingo, actually, the other day as well. That was great. I got a real soft spot for Flammer against Bayley. I thought that was a fantastic match. So, I mean, that's got to be in the conversation as well. I don't know that I have got a number one. But I would say that Rey Fenix Laredo is definitely, in the conversation. El Grande have a guaranteed title shot for the Mega Championship after winning the sword, said Slot. Oh, yes, good point. After winning the Rey de Reyes. So, I don't know when that he gets that title shot, though. I mean, I'd imagine it's a case of he's got to get past Chad first. I expect him to. Mask versus Mask. That's going to be big tomorrow. Either OG El Grande or El Grande. One of them has got to take their mask off. So, I mean, that's going to be big. That's going to be like one of those, you're going to see clips everywhere. Everyone's going to be talking about it. They'll be talking about it on Raw on Monday, I'd imagine. Unless there's something screwy where, like, no one ends up taking their mask off. But I don't think they would do that. AAA has been so good. I think they will pull the trigger. I think they will actually go through with someone taking their mask off. So, yeah, we've got that on AAA tomorrow. Jackal said, is there a match that broke your heart over the years? Broke my heart. A match that broke my heart. So that's going to be like a devastating... Well, I'm trying to think. The one that comes to mind is Sammy losing because all the stars had aligned. We were in Canada. Everything was in Montreal. Everything was perfect. But it was just... we didn't think it was going to happen. It didn't happen. So I can't say it broke my heart, but I was like, damn, man. If it wasn't for Cody, like, getting his shot at 39, like, I think they could have gone with Sammy in that moment because he was red hot, man. He was really, really red hot. And that turn at Rumble is so good with that chair shot. So I can't say it broke my heart though, because I wasn't expecting him to win. I'll tell you one match I was down on. Again, I can't say it broke my heart. I was pretty down on Sting losing. I was really disappointed about that. I really wanted Sting to get the win at WrestleMania. So I was down on that. I was shocked when the Undertaker streak ended, but I can't say I was like heartbroken. I'll tell you the one that probably broke my heart the most. I've said about it before. 95, was it, Rumble? Where it looked like British Bulldog had won it. And then it turned out Shawn hadn't been eliminated, skins the cat, and eliminates the Bulldog. Whilst the Bulldogs celebrate him. As a kid, that broke my heart. I think it's that. That broke my heart. I think that made me the person I am, Jackal. That made me the bitter person that I am. They dangled the carrot of the British Bulldog maybe becoming champion and took it away. Bulldog losing in the Rumble after thinking he'd won it, said James. Yeah, I'm with you. I am definitely with you on that. Yeah, we did have Blake. It was more of the same from Blake vignette. Blue Ball Sonic said next match. It is weird that Blake's talking about Rhea already. I mean, Jesus. Are we going to do Rhea Blake already? Okay, so we have got Chelsea against Nia coming up next. Okay. Here comes Chelsea. I was just reading there about the injury to Jacob. No update at the moment. Obviously, they are still promoting the match. Here comes Chelsea. Jackal said it's okay, Daze. Mine was the Michaels retirement. Yeah, that was disappointing. I love Sean. I genuinely can't remember how I felt about it, though. I don't think there were, like, rumours that he was calling it quits, but I wasn't really interacting with, like, the IWC or anything at that time. I do remember going in thinking that it was likely that he was done, but I didn't know one way or the other. I mean, he could have ended the streak. Yeah, it's a good one, that. Right, we did actually get a great match, so that's good news. So we did get a great match. Great 56. I think that's very fair. Okay, we've got the bell sounding. We are underway. Chelsea getting chucked around. So, obviously, is this her first match back since the injury? We haven't been seeing much of Chelsea. This could be kept quite short, couldn't it? Nia is in the ring, saluting and trying to go for a clothesline. Slap there by Chelsea. All she's done is anger Nia. Nia goes through the ropes to the outside. Chelsea going against the ropes, going for a suicide dive. Okay, there we go. Pledge your allegiance, says Chelsea with a smile on her face. Wade Barrett stands up, salutes back. And that's got some Chelsea chants going. Okay, she tries to get back in the ring. Nia's going to help her, and we're at commercial break right now. Jared said, not a match, but the Owen Hart tragic accident. Yeah. Down goes Chelsea. Alexander said, WWE need to bring back the old highlight Titantron videos for entrances. I know that companies like AEW and TNA do the same thing because it's easier to put a logo over some graphics, but it looked better, said Alexander. This match is already boring, said Connor. John said Jacob's hurt. Will they have to replace him? Yeah, I don't know where I got with that story. So, he did a house show and he was seen limping, But there's been no update or anything. But I just saw an article come through going, update on Jacob. And you know what it's flipping like. The updates are just not really updates. So I clicked on it and it's like, during SmackDown, they are still promoting Roman Jacob. So it looks like the match is still going ahead. And it's like, oh, I'm flipping watching the show. I know they're still promoting it, but have you got any kind of better update than that? So I'm still none the wiser, really. I mean, we could... I mean, look, he had a match. He limped. I can't imagine that he's going to be missing Sunday. Wrestlers deal with all kinds of injuries. I mean, rarely is a wrestler 100%. It'd have to be, like, you know, something where he feels like he really couldn't go through with the match. It would cause long-term danger or some damage, but... I expect the match to be going ahead. We're still at commercial. Liam said Jacob reportedly was legitimately hurt during that event. He was seen limping. Yep. The question is it bad enough for him to miss Sunday? I don't think he's going to miss Sunday. But that is certainly a question people are asking at the moment. Okay, so we should just be coming back from commercial soon. Do we think Oba might start a new Mania streak, says Andy? He could do. I mean, I wouldn't really worry about it, to be honest. I would just book it as we go along. Just like they did with Undertaker. And if you get to like 6, 7 and it's still there, then, okay, you've got something. But I wouldn't like necessarily... I think it's just important you put on the best show, the best matches, and that you book... Obviously, we don't know where we're going to be in 4 years, 5 years. A lot can change within that time period. So I would just kind of... I wouldn't really be booking for it. I'd just be going along. The Undertaker one was organic. They didn't even know they were doing that until someone pointed it out. So, leg drop there by Nia. Chelsea gets caught by Nia. Picks her up. Got her on her shoulders. Couple of elbows there by Chelsea. A zigzag, but only gets a 2. I'm guessing this is our main event, is it? Nia goes into the corner. Robbie said, Sean Ross Sapp says that Jacob's fine. It wasn't anything serious. Thank you, buds. Daze, what about adding some egg to the beans on toast? I have done that before. I don't think it's essential. But don't mind putting fried eggs on top. A couple of fried eggs. To be honest, though, that's starting to get a bit too adventurous. Like, it's meant to be something really quick, really easy. Like, starting to fry eggs and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's where I'm like, no. If you're going to put fried eggs on beans on toast, you're trying to impress someone. It's date night. Yeah. You've found the one. You're trying to woo them. That's when you reach for the eggs and you go all out, you know. You might even put some like chives on or something on top, you know. I mean, we are going seriously la-di-da. Here comes Tiffy time. Tiffy time is making her way down. Oh, Tiffy time wallops Nia. She didn't even come down the entranceway. That's kind of good. Well, there we go. Chelsea picking up the win. Okay, we're backstage. Oh, I wondered where Fatal Influence were. JC is going to go into Queen of the Ring, which I really like. Soon everyone will be under our influence. Okay. Right, coming up next, Cody Gunther. Coming up next, this is going to be our final segment as we wrap up this early showing of SmackDown. Obviously, we'll be back later. We'll do a couple of hours of just chatting away. We're obviously not going to talk about SmackDown because a lot of our American friends won't have seen the show. So we'll just chat. But, yeah, at least we've got Carmelo, Ricky Saints that we can look forward to again. You lot said that was great 56. I don't trust Triple H's booking Raw and SmackDown. Blake could debuted in Barcelona after last week's backstage segment, says Aaron. Let's go Chelsea, said Blue Will Sonic. Yeah. Did she botch hitting Nia with the belt? I don't know, to be honest, because she might have. But it kind of caught me a little bit off surprise as well because obviously a music hit, thought she was going to come down and was going to get somewhat between her and Lash, and then out of nowhere she just wallops Nia with the belt. So I was kind of shocked, surprised. So I wasn't really looking to see if the belt connected, but she could have. JC declaring for the Queen of the Ring. I like that. JC, I think, would be a good winner. The only thing is, the winner gets a title opportunity, and I do not need all these people getting to title opportunities so quickly. So, I don't know. I don't know that I would have JC win. I think I'd have a lose in the final. In a really good showing, but just falling short. I expect JC is going to win Queen of the Ring. What about you? Well, she could win it, yes. I wouldn't do it because I just don't know why we're in such a desperate rush to get all these flipping people to titles. So, and that's the prize, isn't it? I really like JC as well. Speaking of botches, do we think that Mini Vikingo versus Vikingo bell botch was intentional, or the person hit the bell by accident? I'm trying to remember the spot. I can't remember the spot. David said Sheamus was WWE champion very quickly after his debut. Yeah. Robbie said they bought Blake to Barcelona, only not use her on the show. That makes 0 sense. William said, I think I need more people getting title shots. I need 20 defenses per show. Snarks said, JC ain't winning Queen of the Ring. Big Time said, I really like Kiana and Julia. I know that you can only work with the TV time that you're given, but they do maximize their minutes better and they give fans something to latch onto. Okay. Okay, here's Cody. Get your votes in for that last match as Cody is making his way out. He's got a face-to-face with Gunther. Fans are cheering away, making noise. William said, how are we fitting in members today? Yeah, I did think about that. I don't think we can fit it in. I don't think there's a way of getting to it. So we might have to miss members for this week. As soon as we're done with this, we'll do the breakdown. That takes about half an hour to record. Then I need to make sure I got the thumbnail. I want to try and get the timestamps done for it as well, which always takes time. And before I know it, it'll be time to start the next stream at 11. So there's just no time. If I can somehow squeeze some sort of microwave meal in there, I'm going to try and do that as well. Okay, Cody has made his way down. Here comes Cody, said Blue will Sonnet. Okay, how long we got? We got 18 minutes. We got a bit of time. This might end early, actually, you know. Sometimes we do end early. Because I think they put in like an extra commercial break or two during the USA broadcast. Yeah, don't be shocked if this ends like 5-10 minutes early. Okay, Cody talking to the fans. They're cheering away as Gunther's music hits. The Ring General. The Career Killer. Gunther making his way down. Gunther in the ring. Do you know, I was just looking at this presentation of Gunther thinking, this sucks. He's kind of come down in a bit of a sort of open shirt. He's obviously a bit slimmer now than he used to be. He gets in the ring. I remember when he used to come down and used to have the long robe and, you know, he used to stand like this, and I mean, he used to really portray himself as this kind of monster, evil monster, and perhaps they were a bit uncomfortable with, I don't know, some of the undertones, some of the political undertones, maybe, I'm not sure. I was just watching him there, the way he was walking down to the ring, there was no mannerisms. There's no mannerisms with him. I don't even know if he does this at all anymore. Doesn't feel like we've got loads of time either. I mean, he's just come down and gone straight onto that microphone. You're the perfect symbol for the crumbling American dream, says Gunther. Have we got any sort of big show happening around July 4th? Because could you imagine Cody against Gunther for the title? Cody, the American Nightmare, taking on Gunther from Europe. I could hear a kid there going, "You tapped out. You tapped out." Jackal said Volta versus 2009 Randy Orton. Let's go. Dream match. So he's saying, like, it's all come so easy to you. Everything's just been one phone call. You wanted a contract, it was one phone call. You left, you came back, it was all one phone call. We're nothing alike. He says he wants to protect this sacred sport from people like you. The only thing Cody Rhodes cares about is Cody Rhodes. Ooh. You're not a champion, you're just a mark for yourself. Did he call the belt the chip? No, he doesn't. You don't want the crowd to be singing every no. Some of us don't want that. This is addictive, says Cody. I don't rate it. I just don't rate it. See, Gunther said he wants to be the best professional wrestler. I think that's true. And if you're the best, you get the belt. Cody says to Gunther, you're just not that good. I'm easy to find. Hard to beat. I don't rate it. I don't rate that promo from Cody. You think I'm a liar? Oh, there's boos for AJ. They're going to really hate this. John Cena. So what's he going to say to Cody? I promise you. There we go. He's promised him. He's promised him that he's going to choke him out and he's going to take that title on Sunday. Yeah, and you can see that's bothered Cody. Cody, a little bit bothered there by the words of Gunther. I don't know if I missed the vibe or whatever. I mean, obviously I'll get a chance to watch that again later. I think, like, with Gunther, there's one thing you know about him, and that is that he is, you know, the ring is sacred. Everything, you know, is about being the best professional wrestler, and he works towards being that. And I just sort of feel like he's working his way towards the WWE Championship. Cody saying, are you telling me that you don't want to have the fans singing your song and you don't want to open up the start of the show and all this kind of stuff? And it's like, well, no, I don't think he does want to do any of those things. I could have the wrong end of the stick, but I just felt like a lot of what Cody was saying, just it didn't land. It just felt like a lot of waffle. You know, this belt is addictive and all this kind of stuff. I don't know, man. Gunther's looking to beat you. He's looking to take that title. It doesn't really need to get much deeper than that, Cody. What I needed from Cody is for him to make it very clear that Gunther's not going to do that. I think saying you're just not that good as well. It's hard to buy, isn't it? I mean, he is good. We know he's good. Saying you're just not that good, it's not really a kill shot line from Cody for me. Because it's Gunther, he is good. I like that from Gunther at the end, though. I like that bit from Gunther. You know, I promised Bill Goldberg I was going to, you know, finish him. I promised AJ I was going to finish him. I promised Cena as well. And I promise you I'm going to drop you like a wet towel. I'm going to choke you out. I'm going to take that precious prize with me. They've got to have him win or the retirement matches would have meant nothing, said Blake. Cameron, shout out to you, buds. I'm expecting one of either Sammy or Randy who could interfere in the Cody Gunther match on Sunday, said Connor. Big Time said Daze, he's not good enough to carry the burden like doing endless media interviews. He doesn't have to. I mean, we've had heel champions before. I mean, just because Cody chooses to do all the media obligations and all that stuff, I mean, when have you ever heard of a champion being stripped of a title because they don't do media obligations? And we've had many heel champions before. So, Gunther comes across as someone that wants to wrestle and go home. Yeah, he's a heel. I agree. He does come across that way. But why are we even bringing this up? I don't understand. I mean, what's Cody saying? Like, you don't want to do the media stuff, so what? Don't ever go for the belt. Well, by that logic, all the heels should get out of the industry then, and we should never have a heel champion again. I mean, I don't understand where he's trying to go with that argument. For me, like, Gunther, no, is not interested in doing media, and actually could even cut back on media. Not interested. My goal is to defend this belt as little as I possibly can get away with. And, you know, keep the belt, get loads of money, be the champion, blah, blah, blah. As you said, go home to Ginny. I mean, in reality, they're going to obviously have Gunther doing as much media as they want. But character-wise, you can easily do, stories where Nick Aldis is calling Gunther and going, "You've cancelled more media," and Gunther can be like, "Yeah, I'm not doing media. I'm not interested in doing any media." If he's champ, Uncle Revel said, "It was not a horrible SmackDown. I was entertained by a few parts. I totally see Sammy interfering in the Cody Gunther match now and accidentally costing Cody the match," says Uncle Revel. Christopher says Triple H won't have Cody losing. Choppy said, "If Gunther loses on Sunday, I can't see any other story for him on SmackDown." Mr. 4D said, "Let's be honest, Cody Gunther aren't losing Sunday. There's going to be interference." Right, I don't think I did it, but I need to try and get a breakdown for segment score. Let's get your thoughts in for that final segment between Cody and Gunther. We'll get the score for that, and then we're going to do the breakdown. Real John said, "People need to think about Brock as champion. He didn't do much media when he was champion." It's true. Feel bad for Cody, said Triple A. His last 2 Mania matches weren't received well. Doesn't Cody have anything to say to Creative and Triple H? He should be disappointed. I'm sure him and the other big stars have got a lot to say. Yeah, I mean, I do feel, though, that with Cody, and certainly at Mania, there's a couple of things that have kind of happened that are out of his control. I mean, if you go 2 years ago, obviously there was a plan, and then TKO got involved with The Rock, and, they wanted something big for Elimination Chamber. That completely changed the path. Because I don't think they had plans to turn John heel at Elimination Chamber. I think the plan was John was going to turn heel during the WrestleMania match. So, that completely changed stuff. And I think Cody knows that was out of Triple H's control. So you end up with Cody against heel John going into Mania. Fans still didn't want to boo John. So, I mean, you're right, it was derailed and frustrating. But that was largely due to TKO interference. And then, obviously, this year, TKO interference again, this time with Pat being inserted. I mean, this was an easy one, wasn't it? This was Cody Randy digging into their history. But again, once again, TKO gets involved. And, yeah, I'm sure Cody is frustrated. Certainly if you're looking at WrestleMania the past couple of years. But I don't think he can necessarily take it out on Triple H. He can be frustrated. But yeah, it's a big machine, isn't it? This machine, WWE. And on those occasions, I think it's TKO involvement that's really been the frustrating thing. What's the likelihood of a DQ? Because I sense WWE are going to look for a loophole, said Big Time. Yeah, I think that... I felt like there was a chance for Gunther to win, but then as soon as we found out that Cody was going to be opening the show or in that first hour, my feelings just changed a little bit, because I just don't know that we're going to take the belt off Cody, crown a new WWE champ, and do it in that first hour. We haven't been seeing too much of this first hour stuff on ESPN. I mean, they could do it to make noise, and wow, if you enjoyed that, you don't want to miss the rest of the show. So it's still not impossible that we get a new champ. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but is it more likely there's going to be some sort of shenanigan, Cody keeps the belt? Yeah, maybe. If this was the main event match, the match that was closing out the show, then I might feel a little bit more like Gunther's got a chance. But right now, it feels a lot closer than it did when I did that predictions video. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what they come up with. But there is a chance that shenanigans could occur. As of yesterday, Cody and Gunther were both minus 120, says Robbie. Jesse said, Gunther gets the dub. He does well as champ. Things have been stale. Hopefully a feud with Drew. Leo said, just need someone to write some good comeback lines for these guys and girls instead of making them look weak. It's Can said, I forgot SmackDown was on. Well, we're back later with it as well, bud. So, yeah, you might have missed that one, but we are back in got an hour doing our usual stream. So, we'll be back with that. The ESPN first hour feels like ESPN's way of getting a return on the investment. Backlash on ESPN2. A bad time slot. It's great for ratings. Yeah. I'm not... Obviously, we still don't know loads about it, about how WWE book for those. But I can't say that it fills me with great confidence putting him on first. That we get like a big shock title change. We have done those things before. I can't say that we've never done a big shock title change. Opening up the show, we've seen that for things like WrestleMania, but they're rare, and certainly for a B show like Clash in Italy. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's end this poll, and we're going to be back in a moment for the breakdown. I'm actually just going to watch Cody's response here to make sure I definitely got it right. So we'll be back with the breakdown in about 5 minutes or so. And then, of course, in, just under an hour, we'll be back with our proper... This was just the warm-up for our proper stream, our usual SmackDown stream. And that's going to be starting in about an hour's time. So there we go. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts. Thought there was some good chats during this stream. And yeah, I'm going to go and do the breakdown. I'll be live with that in a few moments. And then we're back in a bit with SmackDown Electric Boogaloo. SmackDown Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. So thanks for watching.